My name is Angelika Jakiela. And I am a human earth angel. I'm a humanitarian. Angelika, I'm about to tell the truth about God and Jesus and the Holy Spirit. They in heaven and the world leaders on earth, the Pope, currently Pope Francis, all the rest of the world leaders, the US President, the Canadian Prime Minister, all the other head world leaders, all of the other head world religious leaders, they are all morally obligated under God to do what is in their job description. They have to set a morally good and right example for the rest of humanity. They have the resources and they have to do what is within their job description to respect the dignity of all humans, of all animals, all creation, and the whole world. And God, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Spirit that do exist have to respect this as well. They know more than any human alive. God created the universe, stated that He created it in proper timing and proper order, and created humans in His own image. Every human with a human dignity, that is a value that a human is worth to be respected as a human with a life, a soul, a physicality that is to be respected, to have proper health at all times as the human chooses, and for all humans to be respected this way, to have a proper safe place with proper shelter to live, to have enough food and water, to have a safe, peaceful place to live, and for everyone in the whole world, in every country, to live this way with enough shelter, food, and water, in a safe place, in peace, with no wars, with no natural disasters, with no worldwide pandemics, with all living creatures cared for by God, protected on earth from all health concerns, especially animals that and all living creatures, sea creatures, insects, all don't have the intellectual abilities to know if they have a health concern, to go seek medical treatment. They cannot heal themselves. God to protect all His creation, to be omnipresent, to have His holy powers and has all the resources to accomplish, to care for His creation that He loved into existence, all humans, all living creatures, all animals, insects, sea creatures, all of His creation, all nature, little flowers, trees, birds, butterflies, all have a life, all are to be cared for and respected by the Creator, this holy God, who states that He is the holy loving grace of God. This in itself has a deep meaning, a holy, deep meaning of the holy God Himself, this entity that exists in heaven, but hasn't been unfortunately caring for His whole creation for millions of years. This is the truth. Angelika, Jakiela, a human earth angel, have seen it all and lived through all the wrong side and the right side on heaven, against my human thrill of choice, and left alone by both sides. Wronged against my human free will of choice since I was born. And I'm still alive with my ability, natural human, to die blocked after 24 years. With no holy grace of loving God present on earth, Jesus Christ, His Son, a human, who knew what it is to suffer, and all humanity saw what His Father left on the earth's creation, not caring for them in the way He's supposed to, and left not in order the world. And knew that and told humanity that when He died and then went to heaven, when He had more power, He would not leave His humans alone and live and creatures, animals. He is the divine mercy, and He would never leave the creation that God left alone on this earth. He was a human, saw, lived as a human, what His Father left on this earth, not running in order. After He created what He stated, God, that He created the universe perfect, humans in His own image, with perfect health, brain function, was supposed to care and maintain a proper shelter for all humans to live. To maintain this proper health, that humans obviously have to function with proper normal human temperatures. To provide a world with enough shelter, with enough food and water for humans to exist, these basic necessities, what a human needs, and the dignity within them rather, to be respected by the holy God, this creator. The holy loving grace of God that stated that He loved humans into existence, all animals, insects, creatures, and He created the nature, but He didn't keep His focus on maintaining any omnipresence where His creation is, to love and care and nurture His creation. With His holy grace of holy powers, has the resources to do, but did nothing for 100 million years. He left the world running not in order, and His entire universe. This is the truth. It is beyond disheartening how a creator, and I know who this God is, and then His Son was a human born onto this earth, and His parents, humans, made of flesh, on holy God's side. His Son, a human, chose to do God's will. Died and went to heaven. Then after He saw, as stated on earth, this state of affairs, that His own holy Father, with holy powers, left all creation running, the world and universe, not attended to, cared for by this holy loving grace of God. With His holy supernatural powers and loving, is a virtue of love, to be present to care for His own creation, all humans, to never leave them alone. for all animals, to never leave them alone, to suffer ill with no way to heal them, to leave his trees, plants, the sky, water, sea creatures, insects, birds, these kind-hearted animals that have a soul life, kind-hearted more than any angel in heaven. All humanity that have kind hearts, all have these souls, a brain, a human mind, and a physicality, a life. These all have recorded within them what a human chooses and morally has to do right, out of respect of this holy God, and Jesus as well, his Son, who died and went to heaven. No one can morally do anything wrong. They have to respect themselves, a human being, made of live matter, have clean mind, have to be of good morals. Brain, physicality, life, or soul belong to this holy, loving grace of God. Every human on earth and that choose and have to morally do right, out of not only respect of themselves, but the respect and dignity to respect of all other humans, young and old, on all creation. It out of respect of God, especially Jesus his Son, not to knows to morally do right, but to choose to do wrong. A human has to morally do right. A human is, and especially when choose a temple for this Holy Spirit. To be of clean mind, to never swear, to have good morals and practice them, to be healthy, to care for one's health, out of respect of themselves and of other humans, especially in these days, in COVID and variant strain times. Every human life affects another human life. When one human sets a morally good example, then the rest of all the humanity that they affect, all other living creatures, see this as a morally good example, are not harmed, are not offended, and they're treated with respect and dignity of their values and clean-minded morals, and their at the respect of them as well for the human that took enough time to care, to be patient, understanding, to care for their own health, to take the time to think things through, to only speak intelligently when needed, only properly what is need to be spoken, especially to other humans, out of respect of the human itself and the other human they're speaking to the other humans that they know of, the animals, pets, plants, to God within brain, thought, mind, and soul, to Jesus, to the Holy Spirit, to Holy Mary, to the archangels, guardian angels, saints, to those in heaven. Humans have all the reasoning capability to accomplish this, and morally have to accomplish this out of respect of themselves and out of respect of all other humans and all animals and all in heaven at all times. This hasn't been going on in this world, unfortunately, at all times for 100 million years. There are the humans that morally do right, and there's the humans that were wrongly affected by those that morally thought to knew how to do right, but morally sought to do wrong. Either were swearing, either practiced pornography, made disrespectful videos, music videos, song lyrics, movies, movies to scare humans, promoted gang violence, the use of guns, killing, murder, torture, which is illegal, is bodily harm against a human free of choice that doesn't choose until and to be harmed, is the worst disrespect of a human life there is never justified by God to know not to and morally know to do right, but to intentionally harm someone that didn't give permission state to harm them. Unfortunately, going on in the world, especially medical negligence by physicians, medical staff that I know of in the well-known countries, in Toronto, still going on, and then bodily harming an innocent life, health, mine in my case, 20 years lost. School education, brain memory, more to them harmed a human while they made a paycheck sworn under God and oath to never harm human health. If they were going to do, they cannot make their paycheck and cannot be doctors or psychiatrists, board members of these facilities, hospitals. In Angelika, Jakiela, an innocent human woman, studied the years, university, lost the money, couldn't do what I actually chose to do, medical lab research, and would have saved millions of lives, health at least cared for over 2 decades. I was not protected to accomplish this on earth, despite millions told to God this. God is not doing his job present in the universe, doing his part right away immediately when he leaves a human suffering and others selflessly tell God or Jesus within the soul recorded and Holy Spirit, which they're not their job to do, but by free will of choice to assist another human so they are not suffering. They do what is morally right out of respect of another human being life, so they see what God left a human suffering not protected, who has all holy powers of God and Jesus to do, and Holy Spirit, and holy loving grace to protect in first place, but not didn't do in the world, myself, and other 100 million people over the years. And these humans suffer seeing me suffer and others, patients illegally wronged, by humans that all know to morally do right, but chose to do wrong, with intent to harm another human life. And most unfortunately are medical doctors, psychiatrists, currently over 100 working in Toronto alone. Registered nurses, all trained, studied for long years, paid the millions of dollars for studies, and with the moral intent had then to make their paychecks almost up to $1 million a year and wronged a human life. Intentionally harmed, misdiagnosed, and caused illegal bodily harm to human brain mind with dangerous, in my situation, antipsychotics, don't need, and brain procedures, ECT, which are legal, which cannot be given to humans, and especially I don't choose. This is fined by imprisonment. This is a human who morally knew to do right and swore oath to God, is punished immediately on earth, and is no they're going to hell, but chose to make the $1 million and harmed innocent lives who are poor. And this is the current state of affairs still. Not only the 20 years that I lost is over 2 decades, since a child for 20 years to approximately 40 years old. University degree, lost, would have put in medical ward when I needed, properly treated by these doctors, psychiatrists assessed, didn't even need a psychiatrist, and let go. I was wrongly admitted because they put me on forms to have a patient on a term schizophrenia, which is not a real mental health disorder that I choose. In another video stated to everyone help me get rid of this term entirely from world to save the lives and health of millions of people. And health, so they're never misdiagnosed with a general term and wrongly given dangerous antipsychotics and ECT or who knows what when they don't need at all and have their lives lost, harmed brain, memory, thinking damaged, physical health damage, lose everything they learned as a child throughout years, some college, university, lose driver's licenses, cannot work, are disabled. Those that are hiring illegally have hired those medical staff are accomplices to human torture, disrespect of human life, a disrespect of a human dignity of God within them to be respected, their brain, physical, and mental health. Of a woman who chose to have children, such as myself, couldn't because of dangerous side effects that I didn't even need. I couldn't do my job that actually would have saved lives. Made cures, vaccines as a medical head researcher in the world for 2 decades. That's 100 million days and nights from 20 years old, 19 years old to 40 years old. I was not protected by this holy God to accomplish this, despite the prayers and my situation supposed to have heaven and earth, and God standing personally, or Jesus is true, and keep whatever enemy was near me away, but didn't, on the wrong side. And I would have, Angelika, a human being, had, and I chose, not forced to do research, had ideas no other researchers had. I studied genetics, I studied neurobiology, molecular and cellular biology, organic chemistry, human physiology, animal physiology, anatomy, physics, all different types of courses, did labs. I worked as a lab assistant. I could have, if I had money, go to medical school, surgeon's college. Angelika chose to follow under the surgeon's oath to what I believe is to educate myself in all ways of human nutrition, always to respect human health, and use this knowledge of education, what I learned, and always to find a way for a human so they don't have to go through surgery, so they don't have to go through any operation, to find every possible way so they can be cured, to prevent their health from suffering, to find resources, to find ways to donate, to help humans I could have so they don't suffer to have any ill health on the street in first place, to maintain the health and lives out of respect of their human dignity to be valued, so they have a proper shelter, so they're warm, not freezing to death in Canada, in the States, other countries, have enough food, water, shelter. Angelika, Jakiela, an innocent human alive, chose to accomplish this and was not protected by the heavens to do this. For over 24 years. And the real God and Jesus Christ knew even more the human, divine mercy himself, to protect me to accomplish this and stand by my side and hand me every cure to every genetic disorder, autoimmune disease, to find cures, preventative measures for cancer of all forms, all allergies, all genetic different disorders that infants born with, to protect all in the womb, so that a respect of their human dignity, that the love God stated into existence humanity to protect all children to be born into this earth perfect health with no medical concerns, especially children, protect till adult age and all times all human health as he's supposed to there, be nurturing, caring for all humanity, for all humans, to have all knowledge given to them at a proper time and an age so they don't have to struggle, strain their heart, burning calories, going to schools in cold temperatures in the countries in Canada and the States or to warm temperatures in the rest of the world to learn about basic human nutrition, to already have this knowledge given to a human present in the world, to have this knowledge readily accessible in the human brain mind, to be released in the brain when a human needs at a certain age enough, old enough to understand, to care for a human life, to get rid of useless biblical knowledge, to be learned in school, still taught, unfortunately, that I choose every human to help in this world to get rid of this, stop it once and for all levels of studies, all biblical useless Old Testament wordings, studies most of New Testament, entirely get rid of it. A human child is to be respected health, not forced and have to go to studies in an elementary school, high school, go to learn these, and humans these pay even money to learn at university levels. Old, outdated biblical wordings within the Bible itself don't have entire sentences. Humans over years, 100 million years, studied this Bible, trying to figure out what God meant by certain things. This is beyond wrong how like God left the Bible on earth with not enough proper information about anything. That's why I tell everyone don't study the Bible, for a human health is more important. Get rid of it from the entire curriculum, especially for children. They don't have to strain their heart. It's not easy to do, even for adults, to learn any of it. And useless in the future and throughout their lives. And children such as myself strain, burn calories, eat their little food, and a brain strained to learn these things matters that they're never going to use in their life anyway. To write a test, elementary school, high school, Catholic schools, useless information. A child's heart is more important to be not strained nervous system, for a child to be healthy and to be raised with proper morals. A child's health is more important than learning about the Bible. To have to strain a poor child heart to this child to learn thinking they have a test they're gonna pass or not because they have to learn about the Bible. If they don't remember the wording, the poor child, they might not pass the test and have to do a class over again. For what? A Bible wording what God didn't even put entire sentences. Everyone who hears this is true. Get rid of the whole Bible teaching of the Bible itself. Stop this disrespect of little children of all ages and all even humans living learning in seminaries. Anyone still studying this, monks, nuns, or religious individuals, police, priests, everyone high level pope, you have the resources. You had to do this for years. Respect human life and health. Obviously, there's no one in heaven there to heal anyone. If someone that takes a lot of calories, and most humans, as everyone knows, are poor. Humans are not in this world respected by even Holy God Himself. Is not present in the world, performing anything to maintain His prominent presence and to love and nurture His creation, humans, animals, and any other nature, the world, the weather systems, not preventing natural disasters, not maintaining peace in the world. These are wars, these are pandemics in the world, these are beyond human control. These could easily be prevented. The holy God knows He cares humans and love them into existence, stated for 100 million years, didn't prevent a worldwide pandemic, didn't provide vaccines even right away, when it's not a human job to pray. This is the truth, and I've seen all and lived through all. I am not protected on earth from the worst enemy and the universe, and God isn't even after all told through their souls of kindness from within their heart soul. Their own virtues used to help another human saw me suffering what God had to really protect me from. And the Holy Spirit and Jesus, the divine mercy himself, the real ones, but did not, and heal right away if needed. Put more protection. The holy archangels, they do exist, but are in heaven. They're not doing their part in the world. I'm Angelika Jakiela. I'm on the humanitarian side. I put these videos there, but I couldn't post them or are not getting through. These few videos need to be protected. This is simple information that has to be spread to the entire world to carefully listen to this. The main thing is for humans to save their health. After millions of years, humans, even after praying holy rosaries, what God is supposed to maintain peace for all so there's no pandemics, especially like COVID. Humans, obviously, God knows, cannot heal themselves. There are no miracle workers on earth from the heaven side who have real holy, supernatural, loving grace of God, healing, protective powers. Despite even over 4 years that this virus has been in the world and has mutated forms, he didn't even prevent after researchers. It took such a long time to find, even give one researcher an idea to make an mRNA vaccine. Millions of lives suffered before that even happened. And hundreds of millions of people, these are 100 actually million different churches and humans of all different religions in places of worship, and put in a care and seen humans suffering, loved ones lost, children, parents, children lost parents, animals, pets suffering, respiratory ailments, different health concerns having to do with coronavirus and variant strains. And then we're left millions of people. God had to already love into existence, monitoring the world so this coronavirus didn't happen, especially after the SARS virus, which even happened in the past recent years, to care for the health and reinstate, to make sure there's order maintained in the universe, to give a chance for all humanity to rest, to be happy after strange seeing millions of people suffer of a SARS virus beyond human control, for humans to respect their dignity, to be present in the world, God, to protect the health and lives of humans while they have one life to live, of all children, and all animals, all of creation, to restore so that while humans have one life to live, to make sure they have joy in their lives, have no family member lost due to viruses, to make sure children don't have parents lost. They need someone, obviously, to take care of them. In these countries, in Canada where I live, and then in the States, it's too cold for any human to live most of the year. Another half of the world has in high temperatures with not enough shelter, food, or water. And Canada is a stated land of opportunity. This is not true. in the States as well. This is the worst cold a human lives through, with no proper temperatures for normal human to function, to live. And this is where when all these people rather pray these holy rosaries. That's why I stated in another video to please people spread these millions in the world, but almost no one did. I can't get there's something blocking on the wrong side, demonic side. I don't know. I don't choose. I know for the past months since I was not protected, wronged against for an innocent human, but I had these ideas and truth to speak that will save the health and lives of 100 million people. When a human is healthy, they need that to function properly and to help themselves and others. When a human health fails, they cannot accomplish this. A human is suffering. Other humans see this human suffering, they're suffering. There's no heaven God to help heal anyone present on earth. Jesus, his son, real one, knows what it is to suffer. Said he'd never leave any human alone to suffer. After he went to heaven, he would never forget his humans, his people, and would do anything in his power to, and holy powers has of holy grace of God, to help humans and all living creation animals would to after God left them suffering on this earth with not enough food, shelter, and water for 100 million years. And the Holy Spirit to be present, even Catholic, but other religions. This is a real Holy Spirit that has huge holy powers, but is in heaven, is supposed to be present, and is beyond disgraceful when children go and humans pay the money to go to a holy sacrament, or even without the sacrament, the children are mentioning to the Holy Spirit to guide them throughout their life, to know what their gifts are, the virtues every human have, recorded them by heavens while on earth, when I choose but not forced by God to do, to help another human, to be wise, patient, these virtues of patience, kindness, compassion, together to do merciful acts. A mercy is a virtue. To have mercy on another human, to see their suffering in some way after God left humans alone, to care for them, to make sure to help them only as humans, but can do to help ease their suffering, to do charitable acts, donate to those when a human can, or find someone who can, who has the financial resources, to be kind, to mention simple words to make someone happy when they're alone, to make sure find a friend for them, be a friend to them, listen to them, treat them with respect, think intelligently, be educated in health matters. Every human should. Basic human nutrition taught above all, and good morals, and these virtues that I state in every school, and get rid of the Bible, studies entirely, to religious be taught in few sentences what the example what who God and Jesus Holy Spirit are, the Holy Mary, the archangels, angels, guardian angels, the saints, basic gospel authors if needed in few sentences, and then to focus on the good morals, and for human to be clean-minded, not to swear, to teach what a human dignity is, these exact words, the value of a human life and soul that is to be respected as a human being that cares for their health, and to respect it in their clean-minded ways as they choose to be and have the right to be respected for their health, to be proper, to respect this about all humans, all animals, all nature, all in heaven, by every human, to all help maintain this in the world by free of choice, and to be is considered a human that is an earth angel, to selflessly, when by free of choice, when choose to do, to maintain this in the world, when use these virtues out of the kindness of the heart of the soul, to promote this to others, to speak this, to care and selflessly help others when they see they're left alone, to what God left humanity alone with enough food and shelter. That's why there's people without enough jobs is not being monitored in the world by this holy God who has to be present all the years to protect his creation, to make sure they're healthy, that respect that even every human is born onto this earth with parents, not left orphan, to raise them carrying good moral example, to be healthy, especially taken care of till adult age, and then to protect them, to be have enough financial assistance to help them for proper studies, to be properly morally educated, to respect, to know about these virtues taught above all that every human does have, but have free will choice and are morally obligated to know about these and do what they can when they choose to, when they can have physical capabilities or financial to do, to care for the other humans and to help them if they need any help. So then they help the other humans with God left on the earth that are suffering in those ways, either poor, with not enough money to live, with no shelter, to shelter them from the too cold temperatures or the too hot temperatures, left the world not in peace, not left the world not monitored by the heavens. Well, even though it's recorded in human soul, if some human does morally right, thinks right rather and knows to do but morally does wrong, and either yells at someone that doesn't deserve but knows not to do, or offends someone, or swears, puts some problematic content online, a music video, these song lyrics inappropriate for a human at any age, a morally wrong content, pornography, any words disrespectful of God, especially any disrespectful of Jesus. No one does that. Everyone knows, religious or not, is record sense in every human thought, mind, soul, their physicalities, actions, is recorded by heavens in all, right away on earth. Judged right away on earth, every human knows to do morally right or wrong. There's nothing in the heavens further, though, monitoring these unfortunately in the world to have right away. One of the holy archangels, God sent a present or an angel to stand near a human that knows to morally do right and has no right to disrespect the human dignity of another, especially clean minded human who doesn't choose to be wronged, doesn't choose to hear any pornography about a human, doesn't want to see this, any pornographic content online, doesn't want to hear about any horror films, any advertisement about them, any books, doesn't want to see these, don't want to see any misinformation online, doesn't want to see any, hear about any wrong song lyrics, doesn't want to see any music videos. Unfortunately, there are hundreds of millions online over the years still sold. God doesn't have these any angels when a sense is recording humans, but there's not archangels present, or God in himself seeing doing his part in the world with his holy powers is morally obligated to do throughout the years, to maintain to these people, to tell them you morally know to do right out of respect of other humans' lives, their dignity of God, to respect, not to hear what you're about to say, to swear, put swear words in a music video. You're about to put morally wrong content in a music video, in books, in a movie. You're gonna make a movie, and you're gonna about to accomplish pay millions of dollars to put a movie to misinform humanity, 100 million people. You're about to morally do something wrong in a press conference about promoting a music video with song lyrics of that are under parental advisory that are morally wrong. You are about to do something that will endanger the lives and morally disrespect a human dignity of God, humans' hearing, vision. The human doesn't want their hearts trained to see or hear. It cannot be disrespected another human life this way. To hear this and human hear another one of these is the heart strained. A human suffers, the soul clean-minded, the hearing. A human is morally wronged. A human see these by accident and are wronged, offended. There's no holy God present in the world, 100 million years, and he doesn't even have any one present angel standing near one of human that's about to do this and to promote a movie, to make a movie, to make a music video, about to do a live concert, which contains morally wrong content, which has a song actress that is gonna be dressed with not enough clothing on, gonna make a movie, a music video. There are hundreds that started off, these clean-minded singers, the girls, all went to Christian schools. As a child, I've seen, and the song actors, most rap artists. And then over the years, the clean-minded song talents that they had, praise to God for their talents to sing, could have morally set a good example for all, but didn't. No, they are morally doing wrong and made the extra $1 million, but a lot of humans suffered, including myself. A human is offended, the heart strained, the hearing. A human is morally wronged because their song lyrics are offensive, morally wrong, promoted gang violence, killing, murder, disrespect of women, verbally abusive to men, women, put $1 million into hiring actors and actresses that went along with it, backup singers, dancers, dancing borderline porn stars, pelvic thrusts, dancing on the stage, in music videos, live concerts. Set morally wrong examples for little children dressed like them. Children wearing half chest uncovered and shorts, girls would have their behinds hanging out. And these in past years sold in every store. Little children would have morally wrong examples on earth. Dressing like these that a woman might dress, not that I know of, I'm a clean mind human. A little child, and buy these in every store sold. And there's no archangel God sent on earth to put these song actresses that have talents from God, could have sent a morally right example. And to the song actors, mainly those rap ones with the gang violence, the promoting the cigars, smoking is wrong to human health, but promoting it, weed, the drinking, expensive, glamorizing, they're in these clubs, would have naked women there, but the men all have suits on, all clothing, disrespecting women, putting money in the string bikinis, have naked women dancing in music videos. It's all online, hundreds of them. All started off Christian studies, praising God for the talents and still do in press conferences and Jesus, but know they're morally doing wrong and made the $1 million, hundreds, and still have the song sold. A lot of humans' lives harmed, disrespected, human dignity of others. A lot of lives were lost due to gang violence. People got drunk in clubs, smoked the weed because of their morally wrong example, and or lives lost, parents, children, humans high on something, illegally killed someone. Over the years, millions in the world, because of these humans set morally wrong example. Knew not to do, and God himself wasn't present while he's recording human souls. These humans know they're gonna morally do right or wrong. chose to do wrong and made the $1 million going on living in luxury, while human lives were harmed, millions of viewers offended, clean minds soul wronged their hearing, a human heart strained hearing as a clean mind human wronged, and all this set a wrong example. Millions of dollars then industry went along selling cigars, lives held lost, human dying from cancer, cigar smoke, other humans inhaling it, don't want to smell, were ill, weed, sold illegally in the world, the liquor industry wrongly promoted, alcoholics, humans drink too much is obviously high amounts of alcohol, and humans die buying this Hennessy, promoted in almost every music video, and humans going to clubs listening to this, it is not cool. A humans drunk high there, illegally people getting in there, smoking weed, smoking, set a wrong example by humans with God-given singing talents. They knew, started as Christian studies in states, Canada, every world, use this for wrong purposes. Not in heaven stand one archangel present, while if humans have only one life to live, to maintain, to tell them first, you morally are about to do something wrong. You are going to make a video that will disrespect the clean mind hearing and strain the heart and clean mind soul offend a million viewers. You are about to set a morally wrong example to 100 million people and children. You are going to promote something illegal, morally wrong about killing, about gang violence. You're going to glamorize the liquor industry. You're going to promote, you're going to have human going to suffer, potentially buying alcohol that's too strong and drink too much and die, potentially kill people. You're going to you're promoting the wrong sales of cigars, weed. People gonna have damaged brains because of it and health. Their lives suffer or die, and other humans, their children might have. Other humans suffer inhaling this, be ill, wronged. And you're about to do this, and there's gonna be 100 million lives offended, disrespect dignity of God in them to be respected. And you're supposed to, to set a morally good example with your singing God-given talent. And you're gonna about to disrespect 100 million people and endanger their lives and morally set a wrong example to 100 true million people. And these humans did for over 20 years, some more, still selling those albums in clubs, 100 million people's lives lost, other human clean mind offended, human heart strained, health even hearing this, offended crying women, disrespected men, the women song actresses promoting seducing people, the wrongly disrespecting the men, and they're all married. All of these song actresses, the singers, women, men, all married with children, made the $1 million. But no archangel stood them when they're morally on earth gonna set a wrong example to millions of people, and ever stood for years one time and told them, you're about to disrespect all humanity, you are not allowed to do this. You are going to morally set a wrong example with your God-given singing talent when you're gonna speak, promote something morally wrong. And you're not allowed to do this. They cannot act upon it. The humans, the singers. The other humans, they wronged 100 million lives, not God doing his job on earth, while other humans, to respect dignity, said system, is not monitoring, put any present holy powers to maintain order in this in the world. Out of respect, especially those clean mind humans that don't want to hear this. That don't want to hear anything morally wrong. Don't want their hearing damaged with too many loud songs, hearing a man disrespecting a woman, calls his wife a bitch, drinking the Hennessy, put a cigar in his mouth, blowing the smoke out of his mouth, putting the suits, going to a club, $1 million suits, going to check out the women with a string bikinis while he's fully clothed, putting the dollars in the back of a woman's bikini while he has a wife. And then they're living in luxury while 100 million people suffer seeing this, and they made put $1 million to make video like this. And the industry itself hired these. They're giving the money. They're morally under God obligated to hire only but singers that do right under God. They cannot promote any morally wrong. No one human can on this earth. If they're gonna do that, they cannot make their paycheck. This includes the President of the United States. This includes the Prime Minister in Canada, all the world leaders in England, France, China, Japan, Africa, Germany, England, the Pope, Pope Francis. All world leaders are disrespecting the human dignity, to be respect of all humans, to live a clean-minded moral life, and to be respect the way on God's side and a respect of even more Jesus Christ, to never be sinned against, offended, disrespected any clean-minded humans hearing, health failing hearings, to hear any morally wrong, disrespectful song lyrics, movies, to be wronged by medically negligent staff, is their job on earth when God is not doing his job, sending archangels when humans have one life to live while on earth, to maintain order in his universe, to care for humans who he loved into existence and have proper health and right to be respected as their health, and not fail to hear a soul offended crying by any morally wrong content. Their health to be cared for with proper medical staff, proper psychiatrists, doctors, nurses that are job trained, and they're all job descriptions. Keep in mind, I made another video for all to spread to all world leaders to listen to carefully and do your job. And the Pope Francis. All world leaders are not doing their job. Either do their job in the job description to respect human dignity, to do your morally right job, under God, religious or not. All world leaders, President, Canadian Prime Minister, all the other head world leaders, religious world leaders are morally obligated and are trained in job description and have to morally obligate under God with so many people under them and the jobs below them that they employ, and under them they have, keep in mind, employ, have to respect human dignity values that they know already, a human morally to the right, to employ employees that respect human dignity, to be valued as the way they do right, to be respected and treated with respect, their clean-minded morals to be respected, their hearing, so they're never offended by any morally wrong singers, movie actors. They're not maintaining to keep away every horror film from the market. Every exorcist movie is fake. Multi-millions, these industries, they have to close. They are morally under God, morally obligated to promote only what is in the best interest of human health, dignity, to care for all humanity. They have high-level jobs with employed employees. No, they know. Religious or not, under God, they have to respect and set a morally good example for all humanity. They cannot do anything that disrespects a human life and health to make a scary movie. They cannot promote a movie that is offensive to God, to Jesus Christ, especially exists. He died, he suffered, as every human knows, religious or not. Cannot any human sin against another human, cannot in themselves think morally wrong, or they're judged right away, need to keep this to themselves, cannot offend another human life, cannot morally do wrong to another human. This is all recorded right away in every human thought, mind, brain, mind, physicality, and soul. These are true words. Everyone listen to this, please. Share this to all, especially to world leaders, all religious leaders, all head of industry, all YouTube owners, all the owners and head pharmaceutical companies, to stop illegally promoting dangerous antipsychotics that only clearly 100 million people's brain, mind, including mine, lost, suffered, and are poor on the streets and disabled, brain damage for life, and lost many years of life because they're making and morally obligated under God to only make proper medicine for proper health, to promote this, to hire proper medicals, to deal with proper medical staff, deal with proper morally right staff with bioethics boards, to never make dangerous antipsychotics at all. None of them are a cure. The ones I know of, clozapine, Abilify especially, polyperidone, risperidone, ECT, dangerous electroconvulsive therapies, not therapy, has been enough research done and is known has been gone, supposed to be from the world. All pharmacists mostly dealing with clozapine illegally went along with it, even in Toronto. I have another video, please watch this. All world leaders, the Pope, take the few hours, watch this. You haven't been doing your job. God is not doing his job monitoring in the earth, so humans are God's representatives on earth. Every human, the Pope, knows his job description and cannot make his paycheck if he's going to set a morally wrong example. And it doesn't even, not monitoring anything on YouTube and other main sites and the music industry to state his word when God isn't on earth. Any angels doing their job is not sent when a human is about to morally make a video that's wrong and gonna affect morally wrong 100 million lives. Gonna make a scary movie, put wrong exorcist movies the right, which have no truth to them. Wrongly 100 million people misinformed for years. They're still making money off Gabriel Morth Vatican movies. The Vatican itself did nothing, the popes over the years, to get rid of this, monitor online, to stop the sales of them in the beginning. The books of them, ebooks, 100 million people bought these misinformed. This is still going on. Is all fake. These books, all exorcist movies are fake. They're not. There's no demonic possession. Demons don't possess humans. There's no satanic possession, obsession. I made a true article, video. Angelika lived through all right and wrong, sign against free will. These are truth on God's side spoken words. A respect of Jesus, the Holy Spirit. I am a human earth angel, humanitarian. These few videos I already made, articles I posted, cripple, are the truth that every human world leader has to see, read, and spread, have resources immediately already to the world. Fix this in world immediately hasn't been done for hundreds of years. Do your morally right, obligated under God job. You do know what this means, job description. To promote to respect the dignity of every human, clean mind, physicality, health, and soul. To set a morally good example. To do your job, have resources. To shut down all of these illegal pharmaceutical companies that wrongly harm my life, and most living in the poor in Canada and States, millions wrongly harmed by illegal antipsychotics that I put video on and articles of. My story is true, of medical records for 20 years to prove. And people suffering still this way need to be get rid of schizophrenia term, general term, psychosis, mania from the world immediately. Medically negligent psychiatrists, millions unfortunately, making paychecks. The board they're hiring are legally not promoting proper medical staff to be hired, should be fired as well. They cannot do their job. These are making paychecks, and then the governing boards above them making paychecks, hiring them. They know their job description is under God, religious or not. They know are trained that they have millions of people and doctors gonna affect other patients under them. Doctors, staff, medical boards, hospitals, long-term care facilities, different. A lot of children will be affected. Parents, elderly, animals, veterinarians, other. There's all creation is affected. Other humans. One life affects another life. Every one of them has to set a morally right example under God. What humans can do when God isn't doing his job in the earth, and Jesus as well, human knew. They don't have their actual holy powers present in the world to further accomplish, to maintain this order in the universe. So every human is supposed to be respected, to have proper medical care with proper medical staff, psychiatrists that do study and with the intent of helping human health, brain health, physical health, to do everything they can within their job trained description under God to save their lives, to find someone who can, to promote the well being of their lives, to care for respect of another human life that affects their lives, other children, they have parents, don't want lost, harmed animals, vets, taking care of innocent creatures. To promote this, to promote funding to give enough to have make this happen is easily done. They have the $1 million resources. It starts with the head offices. It starts with the Pope. He is the head in the entire world of every country in the world. He is God's representative on earth. Has all the resources, has every say to make sure that every prime minister, every president, all the other 100 million people in the world religious leaders, all of them do morally good, right job under God, out of respect of Jesus. They all recorded what they do every second. When they have all the resources, they are study and know this in their job description, morally obligated under God, that they know under them they are going to employ and affect potentially the lives of 100 million people. They have to set a morally good example. They're going to affect the lives and employ humans under them, and they on the screen employ them and tell them under God that, and they assess if this human they're hiring, other religious leaders, priests, archbishops, cardinals, vicar generals, that they're gonna help the human to respect the human health, their dignity of God, to think of this first, a human life valuable, to assess, to take care for mainly their health and moral, spiritual being, that they're gonna promote the use of virtues, to everyone to be kind and do what to respect themselves and others, to help others when they can, to promote peace in the world, to provide help restore order, to get shelter, help when humans can. Those in those job descriptions to make sure no one is homeless. In half the world where it's too cold, humans need proper body temperature to live, to make sure everyone has a home, shelter, to protect from the cold or too warm temperatures in the world, to provide enough basic rather necessities of life for enough nutritious food, water, clothing, the proper resources, to have proper schools, proper morally good examples for these all religious staff in Catholic, Christian studies, Protestant, Jewish, Islamic, Muslim, Buddhist, all the other main Christian on God based religious denominations, world leaders to hire proper staff. They have to assess that they were going to use their paycheck, which they know, and employ proper staff under them that will set a good morally example and actually do their job, to monitor this, check in on this. These are not being monitored. These are people being hired, most doing paychecks, Some two people carrying the world, unfortunately, even some priests. Some are trained certain ways, but are not entirely patient, attentive to what to should promote everyone. Please remember to even learn and find someone to promote speeches about basic human health, nutrition, especially COVID times. For priests and the Pope to put effort into this. Stop making the priests in a church's masses, which should be closed. All religious buildings till COVID and varied strains are gone from the world entirely. There is no need to endanger lives having these churches open, to endanger handing a wafer, religious wafer on earth to humans, endangering when they take a mask off to take this. A human can morally do right and mention to Jesus or God and worship in their own heart, soul, and the safety of their own home. Watch a mass if they choose, Catholic, Buddhist, Islamic, any other religious, Jewish, Muslim. Anywhere in the world is recorded in human brain, mind, soul. Can worship God as they choose. Don't go. They don't have to go on Sundays, days of worship, to churches. Places of worship need to be all closed. Millions of lives were lost with during COVID, and there's worse mutant strains with no vaccines and cures. Humanity has to do what they can to prevent its spreading. They get vaccinated as they choose, but keep in mind, third and fourth booster shot don't prevent a human from don't have antibodies to fight off any other different mutant strain of coronavirus. Even when masks are not entirely sealed, might spread it to someone else. I put other videos, these exact words for people. All world leaders, you have the resources. Please listen carefully. Spread the little post I made. I already did the work. All you have to do is click on it, spread to the world. What you should have done is your job. You were morally obligated under God. You know your job description, but you didn't do this. 100 million, beyond a million people suffered and died. You did not close the places of worship. You didn't set a morally right example, didn't do your job under God, Pope Francis included, all the world leaders, the Dalai Lama, all the other people, the world leaders, the no under God, the US President, the Canadian Prime Minister, the English governing head offices, England, Germany, Italy, where the Vatican is. St. Peter's Square was opened for the what? A purpose, endangered the lives of thousands of people went there with no masks. The Pope didn't do his job, obviously, and to even promote wear a mask in front of thousands of people endangered, and after many millions of lives lost, suffering respiratory ailments. Keep in mind this. And 2 whole weeks and died. Children lost parents, have no one, are orphaned to take care of them. Humans lost lives, others taking care are homeless because they know where to live, can't have a job. Animals, pets, loved ones lost. Other humans took the effort, even poor wore the mask, helped to prevent this. The only way can get rid of from the world. There are no cures, and 100 million people endanger the lives of others will be spread. In that one alone, for the what? A purpose to go mention something about the recent previous Pope died. The Pope died. But the head pope disrespected human dignity, endangered the lives of thousands of people, and those could have got the virus had from who knows where they travel in the world, spread different strains there alone, and breathe out to all the is stated 70,000 people were there. None of them had a mask, not even 2 meters away, and then went home to the different countries and spread. And after 4 how long million day, 90 years, 100 million people lives lost. Humans suffered in wards. Suffering couldn't go out and prevent spread, did their part. No human lived through, even in Canada, especially mental health wards, brain disabled, right to go outside but couldn't to prevent the spread. So to help get rid of it in the world as soon as possible. Long years people suffered, did their part. These ones, they had endangered their lives. When humans die under because of this, suffer 2 weeks, they are responsible for the humans suffering and dying because they didn't do their job under God and cannot be Pope. Pope Francis endangered the lives, and he is God's representative on earth. Potentially hundreds of people spread this after all worldwide effort need to get rid of the virus already, and it's spread and potentially millions ill already. Just after the recent the one speech he made there and put Holy Mary into it, name, mentioned something, didn't wear his mask. There are worse virulent strains that spread faster of coronavirus. The other variant strains, Omicron variant, Beta variants, Delta variants. There's no vaccines against these and no cures. There's no holy in heaven, despite even that's a separate matter. They're obligated on earth, not doing the job. So to find miracle healers, vaccines after people prayed holy rosaries. That's why I state don't pray the holy rosary or any more than one prayer of Our Father, Holy Mary, more than once. These holy rosaries. Don't strain your health. They are not present after unfortunately seen in million people in the world praying these. This strains the heart. Stop praying the rosary. This is not a human job to pray. After millions of years, maybe 2 people were healed. Peace not kept in world by the holy powers. They are in heaven not doing their job. It's beyond disgraceful and disheartening. I am with Catholic belief system, but I am against everything what they heaven are doing, are in heaven but not doing their present holy grace of God, holy powers. I know what they are, supernatural, to be present within all human creation. They're present near them to maintain order and peace for all. So humans that we respect, maintain if someone gonna harm someone else, to have an archangel or God stand there and say you can't do this. You have to respect other human lives. Keep your wrong to yourself. What you're doing is morally wrong. Humans have one life to live. They don't want to be verbally abused, offended. You cannot make any wrong movies. You cannot do any music videos. Don't make any online websites promoting anything that's morally wrong. You're going to offend another human life soul. You have no right to do, and you cannot do this. They're not in heaven, or Jesus even knows even more. Present on earth doing this for 100 million years in any country. 100 million people's lives offended health, disrespected lives, moral examples were said wrong. Then the next step when the God is not on earth, but it should be, to maintain this peace and having respect of human dignity, to be respect all humans, to live a clean-minded life and have the right to be respected this way. Children especially have humans with setting good morally right examples, caring for the health, caring people proper doctors to provide proper medical care, funding other places and countries should be done already. Help those humans' right to have free medical care is easily accomplished. The head world leaders have financial capabilities of doing easily, not doing it. This is truth still goes on in the world. The American president is not doing his job in many ways to respect human life and health, dignity, not looking in under what he's doing with the other head pharmaceutical companies. FDA is approving illegal antipsychotics for years. He could have put a stop to this. All of the previous presidents and current ones of U.S. president. This is a world leader. Is very highly educated in these matters. He is morally obligated under God and the Prime Minister in Canada have to put a stop to this, and all world leaders can easily do. So I'm saying this now. You are morally doing the wrong. You are not doing your job, so either do right and all these years, a million lives lost. So give your money, paycheck that you legally made, that you're supposed to do morally under God, right? You cannot do. If you didn't respect the human dignity and close the FDA, you didn't stop them from selling illegal antipsychotics that didn't help anyone. Clozapine, olanzapine, Abilify especially, risperidone, polyperidone, electroconvulsive therapy is not therapy. You don't even make sure they change the name. U2 is illegal human torture, especially given against free will of choice. Human doesn't choose. I was given against Friel in Canada over 10 times a year. ECT forced illegally to do. Not proper medical staff hired. Psychiatrists I know of over 50 to 100 over 20 years. Is true, have medical records to prove. This is in Canada and Toronto. CAMH facility. This is Mount Sinai Hospital. The Canadian Prime Minister didn't morally do his job to hire proper governing colleges to assess and monitor these doctors, psychiatrists that they were doing, didn't check if they're doing right to the patients. They did illegal researchers harm my life for 20 years. I'm poor, homeless, childless because of it. I didn't even need to, I didn't deserve as a human. Was disrespect as a woman. Hard rude staff they had. They're the ones who are, and I made other videos specifically about these topics, so please watch them. I stayed to spread to all world leaders, the Pope Francis, American president, prime ministers, then under them all the jobs, morally obligated. You were accomplices to human torture, me, disrespect of human dignity, life a woman. You left me with staff, not proper medical care, put in mental wards illegally, not medical ones, for 20 years. I lost my university degree. I could have helped lives with research, but I couldn't do because they legally damaged my brain with antipsychotics that are clearly torture. These are punishable by prison. This is a human goes to hell for this, knowing morally to the right, and made paychecks sworn to God to help human health, but promoted and enforced illegal human torture, bodily harm, don't choose a brain. Mind of a woman couldn't be pregnant because of side effects. A human became poor because of it, with not enough funding, disability. In Canada and States, there's not enough disability housing, especially when victims wronged by these illegally wrongly hired doctors, psychiatrists that the president had to look into, the Canadian prime ministers over the years. The current ones are not doing the job. Please, everyone who hears this, file complaints. Get to force the president to do his job and resign. They are accomplices true to illegal human torture. Millions. The ones in previous years have to give their paycheck back and put in to all those humans wrongly who can't afford medical negligence lawyers, and to put proper funding for housing for them to help their ease their lives after leaving them suffering with medically negligent staff rather. To apologize, put worldwide statements that I am sorry, I was a world leader, I am trained. My job description is to respect human dignity of all, respect all races, religions, humans, to respect a woman to be respected, to be healthy by hiring proper staff, medical, psychiatric staff, to assess their health properly, men too, children, old people, to provide financial assistance for disabled, proper funding when a human's disabled, brain damage, especially victim, cannot afford a medical negligence lawyer to sue and to put them in prison. And the doctors, psychiatrists, whole facilities, staff, secretaries went along with it, nurses were just made millions of dollars. They were illegally hired. The governing councils made $1 million. They are morally obligated under God to help humans, but didn't, so they can't make their paycheck, have to give it back. These are legal, they're laws in the universe, on earth. All the staff know. President knows. The Prime Minister, Canadian one, all previous ones, went along with this. They couldn't make their paycheck. They were accomplices to many million lives suffering. During COVID, they didn't set a good example at times with the mask. None of them forced any Amazon or any head world retailers in Canada, main one, and states, other companies, to put a simple sign, but I suffered seeing this. I put the effort, even crippled. I made the little post, so you have to. Everyone hears this, get this to the world leaders. Spread this humans all to the world immediately. This will help 100 million people. Ease delays their hearts from strain to sell, make sure they sell online clearly, advertised proper masks against COVID, the best ones. get rid of all the other ones entirely that prevent only maybe spread of dust, not the viruses that look like medical masks, cloth masks. These are illegally sold, 100 million morally wrong. Humans and the president is not looking into this, could easily do as resources, is morally obligated under God. The prime minister, the pope, it is his job to look into this and promote the health and spiritual respect of a human life, and all 100 million people in every country, city in the world is not doing. He has to give his paycheck back and give it morally right, do put into funding or help someone with his money. The current Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, the American current president, all the other presidents before, the Pope Francis, Pope Benedict, previous one, made the money. Any money he has even after died has to be given into something morally right cause. Relief efforts to help disabled any humans wrongly affected by coronavirus, whether they set a morally wrong example and didn't wear a mask. Their under God job had resources to do, didn't promote this all time to prevent the spread. The children lines lost, suffering, the elderly, most vulnerable cannot handle viruses. 2 weeks of respiratory ailments, suffered breathing, fevers, coughs, different beyond wrong suffered is 2 long weeks, day and night, the next day, 14 days and nights, suffered and died. Because the world leaders didn't take the few seconds and do their job. They did make the $1 million. They did the shows. They're all on Twitter, have easily 1 million viewers right away. Check every day. Twitter, Facebook, the other main sites that they have, they are on the news. Humans tune into these world leaders, their speeches almost every day. Watch the news. 100 million viewers, they already know the names of the American president, the Canadian prime minister, the world leaders, the main ones in England, in Germany, Australia, America, China, Japan, all Africa, everywhere in the world. In Rome, the Pope, all those in the holiest sites in the world in Jerusalem, high-level Curia in Poland, where the Częstochowa, the Jasna Góra, in Jerusalem where the Church of the Holy Sepulchre is, the staff there morally obligated under God to set a good example. The other staff in Lourdes in France, holiest sites in the world, where the Holy Mary Shrine is, not doing their job part after millions of lives lost, set a morally wrong example, didn't wear a mask. The 1 million people tune in all over the world, videos put there on YouTube. None wore a mask. The people sitting around them with no mask, not even 2 meters away, praying, mentioning to God, Christmas message, New Year's messages about God, Jesus. They didn't do their job, what it is to care for human health under their job description, and they couldn't make their paycheck because they didn't do their job to respect human daily lives and health, to set a good morally right example, to wear a mask, prevent the spread at all costs of coronavirus and variant strains that do exist. They didn't put the humans there to keep them away, put one priest even mention a video, keep others out of the room, outside even, didn't promote them to wear other people wear a mask and stay even 2 meters away from them, set a good example for the rest of the world, remind humans of this simple information, social distancing, to wear a mask, tell them the current state of affairs, that the virus is still in the world. Don't believe any bullshit some people stating in the world that is gone. There are worse strains that are no vaccines for at all. They spread faster in the cold. And even further, from one human breathing to another, animals have respiratory tracts, pets, they are affected too. They don't know, keep in mind, they don't have the intellectual reasoning abilities to know when they're sick, that they have a coronavirus, they need to be cared for. There's more funding needs to go on from the Pope. Listen to this. You have the resources, you have the contact information. I don't. To call the Prime Minister of Canada, the American president, all the major world leaders, the World Health Organization, check so they do their job, updated information to put on their websites. They're not always doing this. I'm a human educated in life sciences degree of all major neurobiology, life science, physiology, genetics, animal physiology, all human nutrition, years of studies. I am also educated on a religious side. Angelika Jakiela lost it all for over 24 years because you didn't do your jobs. I was there, a human living proof, and in Toronto, these are mental wards, another one stated, they're all illegally working every level of the medical facilities, major hospitals in the downtown center core of Toronto, mental wards for over 20 years, couldn't go out, people overdosed illegally most. Dangerous antipsychotics were not taken off the market by the Pope for years already. Clear enough proof research, myself included, that were done even legal trials on humans. Wrongly have medical journals published by those staff still unfortunately working there. Because patients do not medical negligence lawyers, they cannot sue them. The colleges, their College of Physicians, Surgeons of Ontario, Nurses, Ontario happens to be the one human can file a complaint. This took over a year and they still didn't finish their investigation. Could easily put them in prison, these staff, and take away their paycheck. They're not doing their job, another year lost and potentially millions. Many of those people, those staff harmed many patients already. And all of these humans have to give their paycheck back. All the years that a medical doctor wronged a patient's life, and that paycheck is only sworn under God to help human health. If he's gonna use his medical license to harm someone, he can't. Psychiatrists, nurses, registered nurses, practical nurses, board members of hospitals, most are doctors, pharmacists, physiologists, neurobiologists, surgeons. The mental health facilities, mainly in all world, are wrongly misdiagnosing humans, as I stated, with schizophrenia, putting them on forms and put in mental health wards they don't have to be in, supposed to be in medical wards, treated with respect, human dignity, to be cared for their health, assessed properly, given proper nutritious counseling, exercise information, tell them to exercise, be healthy, more counseling, and not given illegal antipsychotics. FDA approved has to be taken care of, the FDA, immediately by all world leaders and the Pope. Right now, fix this, or you have to give your paychecks back and hire someone who respects human life and 100 million people's lives. Right this second, you have to do this now. Any second past this, you are legally harming million people's lives. You are going to hell for this. You are judged on earth by God, recorded in your thoughts, souls, minds, physicalities. All the years you had the funding resources to find proper health care for houses, for humans to live, for all children to have proper care. In Canada, you have multi-million dollars. I was disrespected in every medical facility in the main ones in Toronto, Canada, and Ontario, the most well-known cities in the world. 20 years. Him and poor barely walked in the cold and had to wait 3 hours and turned away so I don't get a bag of IV. And the staff work there smiling, making $1 million and get away with it. There's a lot of patients suffering, there is true. I'm medically educated is beyond wrong, and then a human patient has to go to a naturopath, pay the $100 to see them, and then they give at least care to give human a bag that costs $10 to $20 or less of IV supplements, a bag of fluids. It is beyond wrong. The hospitals have funding even more over the years. The colleges that wrongly affiliated with these doctors, psychiatrists working there are still working there. Toronto, Mississauga, the main cities in Canada and Ontario, Guelph. This is in Etobicoke. There's all different main hospitals, well known in the world. They are the doctors, psychiatrists, nurses, other ones. They're also affiliated, make another paycheck as professors, researchers, clinical scientists. Wrongly made journals on illegal human trials, but didn't state in their journals. Don't put They put misinformation, and whoever published these are not taking the time to assess that these are not allowed to be published. They're not morally right. They didn't look into what these doctors did have to do smart enough. These are gonna be misinforming patients online. It is posted in well-known PubMed. PubMed has to do their job. They're not doing. They're morally obligated under God to look into this. Journals they put there. Just because it says a medical doctor or psychiatrist published these doesn't mean they have correct information. They've been misinforming humans. There's a lot of human medical students studying these, and they learn one thing wrong, and don't know and use this presume is right, but look into have to intelligently themselves assess this, and could potentially harm the life accidentally of other patients. Psychiatrists wrongly doing many of these, especially they're wrongly pushing antipsychotics, pushing pills, doing illegal human trials. In Canada and Toronto alone, CAMH did the millions. There's a huge many buildings they have, new ones open, not putting patients there, not paying the money for nutrition, proper nutrition, more staff. The ones that care, social workers not hiring, but they're making $1 million employing these torturers. Wrongly formed pudding, another video, please watch this. All world leaders. All CPSO, CNO, World Health Organization. You're not doing your job, Canadian Medical Council. You have to give all the years that you didn't do your job, and I was wronged under whoever was employed these past 20 years, since 1999 till 2021 year. All of you, I was suffering because you didn't do your job, and you have to morally under God give your paychecks back. You cannot keep your paychecks. You harmed another life, mine. And the other hundreds different humans that were wronged lives. Children, old people needlessly suffered, are poor. You didn't put funding for disability when a human wrong because you hired medically wrong staff that illegally harmed them, especially psychiatrists that I don't even know how came into Canada. They obviously don't even know English, are rude. They don't have the psychiatric journals don't even the sentences are not proper medical terminology. You have to, if I had a lawyer, would sue for punitive damages as well and have money that I lost the 40,000 university and the money I couldn't make because I disabled brain damage memory. Couldn't have children to have money now to live and keep out of the cold that I could have actually made myself, not a lazy human. I studied, put the effort, worked in Canada, funding could put in, and we have to put this into schools. Properly heated schools when they need open, not during COVID times, obviously. Keep the children out of schools. You have to teachers monitor this. Whoever's the boards, make sure they close the schools. The teachers and professors in the university are not doing their job, caring for the students to make sure if they let in maybe one or two students, social distancing properly sanitized, cafeterias not monitored, children taking masks off everywhere. Children walking in lines to school with no masks, less than 2 meters away. The teachers not doing anything. Parents. There's one or two that care. This is in Canada alone. 4 years, humans' life lost. A lot of people were in quarantine, couldn't go, children couldn't socialize still. People put worldwide effort, pay for these masks, the Pope could provide funding, easily given in medical hospitals, free then private funding for everyone else to easily put these masks, clearly stated on website which one have proper filtration efficacy, the percentage to filter out these virus particles that are for viruses to filter out. These polypropylene masks, they're now the current 4 and 5 layer ones. Put a proper certification number in Canada, CSA, and NIOSH, that is a proper mask status within a proper expiry date, so not to endanger human lives. I mentioned in other videos, please world leaders watch this. The Pope hasn't been done yet. You are not doing your job. I online am telling the truth. This has been sold for over the past 4 long years. All the major retailers you didn't look into, make sure they clearly put a sign put even one main company that does and put these main signs that I put little posts. So please see my pages. Angelika Cripple put these after seeing in stores that are not posted. Signs easily to help less trained to inform properly all customers and online. They're not stated in anywhere in the world. The WHO didn't do this. The Amazon and the main retailers, and that's in Canada, States, everywhere in the world is well known. Walmart, Canada, in the States, the stores, they're not promoting, they don't put one sign. Is very hard to find for a knowledgeable human in medical terminology about these. Even the three main things with the what I just stated is not clearly labeled, so you have to clearly label, make sure it's done online to find even one mask to sold at a proper price, to find funding to give to humans resources so they can either buy one or give them these masks, so easy to find, care for human health. I spent an hour trying to find one mask on Amazon and I couldn't, and knowledgeable. All the packaging was blurred out. There are no clearly labeled expiry dates. The PFE percentage not stated and no expiry dates. Not stating if it's made out of polypropylene. Not stated that it helps prevent coronavirus spread. And a human strain hard looking for this, but need to find one to care, and I care for my health. And other people not educated. And there's all the masks still sold, the blue and white ones. Other ones that look like this, the white ones with the extra layer, the 4th layer one, 5th layer ones. They have no ratings on the side, certification numbers, expiry dates. If they do have the packaging, is blurred out. No one informing to let people not that don't know to say don't waste your time looking here. Don't strain your heart. Other people have things to do, care for their health. Make sure to them to sell one mask and don't sell any of them else, the other ones, unless clearly state in a whole put a different part of the website for humans maybe working with dust in some other workplace. The ones with viruses put on a medical page, sold by if it's probably FDA approved, CSA approved. The World Health Organization has all the resources to look into this, so you have to do this. I am speaking truth. You didn't do for 4 years. So whoever's doing have the resources, an American president, the Canadian Prime Minister, the Pope all have resources. You're under your job description to do this or find a staff right away for 4 years. Is a million days and nights for 4 years. People were misinformed, hard strained, not educated in this, informed, do everything to prevent the spread of COVID and variant strains so the sooner gone from the world. It is your job under job description under God to do, you didn't do. In England, France, world leaders, I am speaking the truth to you. A human through life experience suffered and seen the millions others suffered over 4 years. Life science educated, humanitarian, human on God's side, speaking God's words, truth, Jesus, out of respect to morally right, you didn't do under your job description. You have to give your paychecks back. All the 4 years that you did not promote and do to put these little papers, you knew the information, keep up to date with the proper current information, research in the world about the coronavirus, variant strains, you didn't do. You didn't promote this are easily done by you, had the knowledge, resources. I suffered years and I went to stores and I at least took the seconds to type this up. Was not easy to find. I am knowledgeable, was looking and couldn't find on these main websites, WHO, FDA, CSA, what these few main had to find is information, what ratings and what these are. And this is this few would have to be on packaging signs in stores, are sold everywhere with no signs. Humans still selling all material masks, the blue and white ones, still millions made. People bought those, didn't know. They think they're medical masks, and it still sold millions. And there are people spread the virus because it doesn't prevent the spread. These ones, the retailers didn't do their part. They're morally obligated under God no to hire staff to promote this. A lot of people put effort, staff into this to hand sanitize, let people in one at a time in outside stores, but the malls were not closed indoors. They were checking then after for 3 and 4 booster shots. So keep in mind this. I made post this, Pinterest, Angelika type this. These are on. These are please is the work been done by me, which should have been done by all world leaders, all the retailers for years, hundreds of them, over 4 years. The Pope, the World Health Organization. These all different bioethics boards, medical boards, psychiatrists, pharmaceutical companies, all head in world. FDA did not do. You didn't close the indoor malls. You endangered the lives in Christmas I've seen everywhere. When opened after closed for a while, then opened, millions of people went in the malls, children, everyone walking around. Indoor in and out of stores. And there's some store looking into humans maintain social distancing, letting some people at time. But there were already people breathing air in mass that are already triple vaccinated for, but they don't have any. There's other strains going on. The masks do not prevent entirely any spread of other strains. Any human could have went there and spread another one, breathing even on the side of the mouth near other humans, on surfaces, stay there, endangered the lives of million people, could have spread to all animals, humans eating food in food courts, hundreds, where it had social distancing, some tables taped, but the other one they still entered, took masks off, then people sitting, some are not vaccinated. They let in and these people took masks out eating in front of them. This has been going on, and a millions of lives lost, and unfortunately, that's how it's still spread. If humans scared, and the head is from the head governing bodies, they look into take the few seconds to accomplish this in the world, proper signage, close the malls. There's even if they let in one store and out from an outside, one store at a time to let one human in, find a way to properly air out or to make sure humans really vaccinated, proof of vaccination, to let in one at a time if needed, proper have to have people actually doing the job, the care. That is every human's job at all levels, restaurant owners, coffee shops, as stated as well. I've seen is not a saying of with no value. This is beyond wrong, and this is in Canada. Coffee shops and restaurants all have to be closed. They're not doing their part. They have all people entering not screened for vaccination anymore. The one I've seen in Guelph, Toronto. I stated these specifically in other video. Please take the time to watch this. World leaders haven't yet. I post this, and it's your job to listen to it. I did my own part. I suffered, seen many lives lost. I lost suffered myself in places, in wards when COVID times to prevent spread. I did my own part to help other lives, seen them suffering. I lived through experience because other things that you didn't do your job as world leaders properly, the Pope, the head retailers to monitor, to sell proper masks, to hire proper medical councils, colleges that employ to take the time to monitor after they hire the doctors, psychiatrists, to follow up on patient complaints right away, to give them money after they look in when they cannot afford a medically negligent doctor, psychiatrist, to make sure fix is enrolled, to give money when they can't go to there to give the patients obviously were harmed because they didn't hire anyone to give money for them to live the enough money it takes. A human even hotel room, nice one, to keep out of the cold is probably approximately $250 a night. The disability funding is not even enough for a month for human, can't afford that for one night and have to live off and street on the street for a whole month in Ontario. The funding going elsewhere that doesn't have to be to some other buildings, police financing when they drive in expensive vehicles doing nothing. It is true, hundreds employed, but a human disability because they hired wrong staff, medical and psychiatrists, and I lost 20 years, could have had a job to make money to buy a house to keep out of the cold, and I don't have one because you didn't do under God right, and that psychiatrist morally did wrong, made the $1 million, but they can. And if I don't have a medical lawyer to take them to court, to put them in prison, and then I would get money that I lost over the years, and money from them and their paychecks taken away, all resolved in court. But I don't have the money. I could easily win multi-million-dollar lawsuit after 20 years, but can't afford the court fees. No patient can after being disabled. Disability has no money and is not funded by medical negligent lawyers in Canada, in Toronto, Ontario, other place in the world. But it has to be if a human life is wronged, they didn't hire proper medical doctors, psychiatrists intentionally wrong human made paychecks going on vacation when they can't. The college physician surgeon Ontario hired them, didn't look in 2 days and fired them. The college nurses of Ontario, there's the other ones, the pharmacists, they all made $1 million in luxury warm. The human patients suffered illegally, cannot afford lawyer, and then they get away with it. And they're still working there. And I have no home. Other patients I know still living there in this ward illegally, overdosed. That's why I mentioned all world leaders get rid of clozapine immediately. Illegal beyond harm the brain physically in many ways is not a cure ever. Illegally given to patients under schizophrenia, which is a term, general one, not specific of mental disorder. These are harming the human patients, illegally overdose so they sleep all night with not enough nutritious food, given in CAMH for years, over 2 decades. Mount Sinai Hospital, that's in Toronto, Canada. Other places I've seen in states, millions of patients for years. Australia, mainly. Other countries, still going on. Olanzapine, Abilify, get out the market. Is aripiprazole, damage the brain entirely. A human can't think, cannot do a job, are disabled. Illegally given to most patients under schizophrenia, a general term, which is nothing to do with be given clozapine or aripiprazole. These are the FDA approved, which it cannot be. The FDA, the Federal Drug Administration, is illegally pushing these for years. The pharmaceutical companies that create them are not easy contact numbers to find and are still selling these, and wrongly the psychiatrists and pharmacists going along with this, the ones that are. In CAMH, there's over 100 staff going along with this, still making paychecks illegally. And then people harmed and can't afford lawyers to get rid of them. And then are poor on the street and no money to live. And freezing in frostbite in 2 seconds and are disabled brain damage don't deserve this. They are caring individuals, choose to work but can't, illegally wronged. They don't need to take these, given these at all. They never help anyone. They're all, as I've seen, injected and given different ones, risperidone, polyperidone. These are endanger human life. They don't help any brain health at all. They're not cures ever. They harm the brain more, especially when a human doesn't need them. Physical health suffering. There's no promoting any nutritious staff more to give actual food, what the humans actually need to promote proper health, exercise facilities, make sure people go out for air when safe during especially COVID times, proper housing so humans to live or a happy place where they like to, not in mental wards with not enough food and still air with people others misdiagnosed and injected yelling things. These are brain damage. Doctors not treating well, the yelling, telling them that they're ready to do, but then the doctor's calling security, then the security deal with them. But the doctors are wrong, not the patients. This has been going on, and my lady was there crying, don't want to hear this, and I wasn't had to be there, didn't. I was supposed to be in the medical ward and let go, but I only put on forms under schizophrenia for years because they wanted a paycheck. I tell the truth, and all of the higher governing bodies and those doctors had to morally do the right thing and give their paychecks back. Is all laws. Under God, they don't get away with it. They're judged on the earth. Under Jesus, they did morally wrong, cannot sin against another human life. As I stated, the boards there, ECT, get rid of from the world entirely, helps no one. Misinformed patients for years doesn't help anyone that's catatonic, obviously, doesn't help depression. When a human, keep in mind all world leaders, the Pope, Pope Francis, the President of the United States, the Prime Minister, current ones, previous ones went along with this for years. The world leaders in England, Australia mainly, it still goes on. Germany, Italy, Poland, other countries still have ECT. There's enough studies for years prove that this is against freedom of choice is obviously not allowed, but only given to me, illegal human torture, fined and punishable by imprisonment, and put restraining order on the doctor, psychiatrist that ordered it, staff that went on to stay away from human, but never accomplished because I don't have money for medical lawyers. The colleges not they're going not looking in right away when they do supposed to. Took up 2 years, still not done. And I followed up, and they're still investigating apparently. Or they have to look in a file and put in prison these staff right away. In Canada, Toronto, and then I followed up with the U of T. They didn't call me back either. There's a Department of Psychiatry. They told them how many professors illegally working for 20 years that wrong my life, wrong journals they put. They never called me back. These are and they have these are Temerity is an organization. A company name owner of different medical funding buildings is wrongly employing or doesn't know, but it is doctors, the head departments at CAMH dealing with that are legally working there has to inform themselves. I'm telling the truth to look into the medical psychiatric staff. Contact me if needed. I will tell you the truth of the names. I stated in another video what the names are of the illegal staff working at ECT at the Temerity facility. Closed the whole clinic. They're all illegally harm me. The ones that I know of, and the department chairhead, and are wronged over 10 times a year. And ECT, everyone, FDA, World Health Organization, American President, I'm talking to you, the Prime Minister of Canada, the Pope Francis, all other bioethics boards in Canada, Medical Council of Canada, Angelika, a victim, over 20 years, ECT for over a year. This is, keep in mind, a human has to fast with no nutrients, not enough sleep, for approximately 8 hours before a human goes in the morning. Most time don't say to go in afternoon even. A human is tired and mostly in Canada States is cold. A human life it goes as to fast with not enough nutrients and tired, puts strain on human health. There is not enough nutrients, a human is not well rested, has to go in the morning, wait in the cold early when everyone's still asleep, to an ECT clinic. Electroconvulsive therapy is not therapeutic ever, is not beneficial to health at all. And then a human is waiting there in a waiting area in a building no human wants to be in. There's children who are there illegally, against free will choice, put on forms and forced to go through ECT, obviously too young for it, and old people. In Toronto, Canada, I was there. I have on my file patient records. I was forced illegally to go. I didn't need it all. And the patients, after fasting for approximately 8 hours, with no sleep, too tired, not enough nutrients for normal human health to function, wait in the cold outside early in the morning, are led in by staff well dressed, well fed, well rested, walked in all illegal smiling, know that they're morally doing wrong, making the $1 million up to a year for their paycheck. There's a nursing staff, registered nurse, physiologist, there's a psychiatrist present, medical doctors, neuro specialists, depending. They have the medical scans, EKG specialists, the monitor heart rate. That put a human is entered scared beyond even I medical terminology and understand what venipuncture is, but others don't want to live through. I can barely get through, try to keep it out of my thoughts, but I didn't choose to go there. Others are not educated. Children fear for their lives. Old people are injected with not enough nutrients, fasting for 8 hours, and not enough fluids, fasting for hours. Keep in mind, this is not enough glucose for human to think to even travel there to get there. In cold temperatures, early in the morning, tired. This is in danger of human life in itself. Then a human is put light on a table in medical room. No human wants to see. Doctors don't even want to see this and trained. The nursing staff smiling. Physiologists, psychiatrists. They ask, how's your mood? I'm being put to sleep and I don't need to be asked how's my mood. I was wrongly put on a form stating schizophrenia, which is a general term. Over the years, they state, oh, I'm doing fantastic. They obviously don't have any mental health disorder. And they state, how's your mood? This is true, every psychiatrist. I tell them I don't have to be there. Tell me exactly why you're gonna give me ECT. And they don't tell me. They make up schizophrenia. I said that's not a medical real term. It's not a specific name of a mental health disorder, not stating specifically what part of the brain I have a problem with, any other symptoms of a specific mental health brain disorder. And then they are standing there smiling. They never look me in the eye. All the staff know they're morally doing wrong. And then inject a human with put a venipuncture that makes an open wound in vein and pain. This endangers a human life with no fluids enough, no nutrition enough for 8 hours after fasting, and there's not enough vitamins and glucose, enough blood flowing in human brain, obviously dehydrated. Then injected into vein, and then a human is knocked out cold. We already dehydrate, not enough nutrients to the brain, not well rested. Outside was cold, strain on human physicality, nervous system, freezing to death. Waiting till early in the morning. They don't wait till the day even. So human put in, if they choose a safe, warm place in the same building. Medical buildings are cold. A human is strained hard, shivering is cold, with not enough nutrients, glucose to warm their body temperature, not enough vitamins to go to the brain. The physicality is dehydrated, not enough blood in veins. A human, I don't even have a mental disorder. Others might have some physical health concern, but these other ones didn't, were already brain damaged previously, and a memory damage, don't want to live through, is emotional strain, serious trauma. Human is a traumatic, rather, experience in many ways, especially humans not educated in what the procedure is exactly. A lot of people know, most million people don't like needles. Medical don't, I don't, no one wants to hear, but I know what they're for even. These machines, there's beeping, the sounds monitoring human, the heart. Is a human there is about to be have put electrical current with two electrical wires, electrodes taped to both sides of a human head. With no nutrients, not enough blood, dehydrated, not enough blood flowing to the heart, to the brain, not enough nutrients of sodium, potassium, in the nervous system after fasting for 8 hours through the night, to have to get up early, not enough sleep, endangering the life itself, other not enough glucose for the brain itself to function, the physical health, the heart to beat, human beyond tired and cold, already starving, hungry, thirsty, dehydrated, with not enough nutrients to handle any current, would have to be healthy, well rested even for this, to be safe for a human to have an electrical current pass through a human brain. Head doesn't have enough nutrients, blood flow is not to even me. They care, but they're negligent. I even had there's a breathing mask put on a human, too tight on the face and suffocated while being knocked out cold with general anesthesia. I had enough time before I was knocked out cold to stay this, or I would have run out of oxygen and severely had a damaged brain with not enough oxygen put into my breathing in my physicality. If I didn't stay this for them to loosen the mask, but they were not really focusing on what I had to do to monitor to have enough space on the mask to breathe the air, then I would have been seriously more brain damaged for life and nervous system and other brain damage. And a human is knocked out cold, and then a electrical current is a human brain electrocuted. Electrical current, two sides of the head, pass to human brain. When to begin with, human, as I stated, doesn't have enough blood flow due to fasting, starving, thirsty, not enough is dehydrated, not enough electrolytes, not enough glucose, not enough meals of have nutrients from proteins. These are what the human needs: potassium to help any proper mental health, the brain. Sodium helps the nervous system. There's the neurotransmitters. Everything is made from amino acids. A human obviously couldn't eat meals as deprived of amino acids that make enough to go amino acids that are proper needed levels of dopamine to be have in the brain, then a serotonin. These are the main ones that are stated in most mental health facilities that they even made up, but or states to a patient that a human might have a dopamine imbalance, serotonin, misdiagnosed people that they state that have depression to be put ECT for this. This all humans need is counseling, proper to recommend to think first of happy things to help to others and focus on this what makes them happy in life, proper nutrition, proper protein amino acid levels, B supplements or food first, proper vitamin D levels, go out in the sun, exercise. This is beneficial to humans with depression, not ECT ever. I looked up the different research currently done and over years. I'm a victim of ECT over 10 times a year. I was illegally harmed. I researched and did my life science studies. The parts of the brain affected, and a human that is that's dehydrated, deficient, had lower levels rather, while fasting before knocked out cold, and then a brain being electrocuted past electrical current, and then it causes a seizure, damages human memory, a lot of it, potentially for life. The severe damage is done. A human memory is really a lot. I woke up, can't even remember almost anything. Any humans I know, who was dating, even so, family members. This is for many hours the most severe part of it. Some humans have memory damage for life, many parts of memory. Cannot remember anything. They cannot do a job, obviously. They have other side effects. A human is dehydrate and electrocute brain have, and physicality affects the muscles have some injected with another substance to lessen a human when the current passes through the brain and physical. A human body is shaking, essentially electrocuted with not enough nutrients, electrolytes, sodium, and other ones to help the nervous system, muscles, proteins in the muscles, the heart itself. A human's body and physicality brain is wrongly affected in many ways. This is beyond illegal human torture. With consent, and a human chooses to, uh, I don't recommend. It is not beneficial to anyone. I did my own research and other ones. Had researchers recent about depression, what part of the brain it affects, what can be done. ECT does not help a human with depression. Most people are given this in the world. There are a lot of hired actresses on videos stating they went through ECT and helped them. This is false information. Humans do have free will of choice to go through, but many are misinformed. Online websites are millions, ECT clinics basically stating what the procedure is, videos on YouTube everywhere, and even the main information sites are not doing their job, medical ones. They basically state what it is, but they don't state a story like mine, truth of what actually happens. Human lives are in danger. Humans lose their memory is damaged for life. Some can't remember anything, loved ones, things they recently did, other things for life. Every day and I can't remember this. And I are starving, not enough nutrients, and have to recover health after, cannot do a job, cannot have children, lose what they learned even as child, walking, keep in mind into going to school every day, elementary, high schools, universities, some of them colleges. The brain is damaged for life, memory, they cannot do anything. They learn, took efforts into it, cannot humans do any sports, they are disabled. Some are wronged. These are against free will is not FDA approved, is not allowed to be given to human that doesn't consent, doesn't choose to go through, has human every free will of choice given by God to choose to go to ECT or not. I was given take it against my free will of choice by many medically negligent staff, unfortunately still working there, and wronged many people. I have the medical records to prove it, and the college is still employing them. And I choose this gone from the world. I want my other videos. Please, world leaders, you have the resources. CAMH, Fire. I put other video, the names. Contact me if you choose. I will tell you the names. Angelika, Jakiela, I'm telling the truth. I am a humanitarian. I am a human earth angel. I'm on God's side. I speak the truth. Educated, as stated. Degree in life sciences. Could do research for years, but medically negligently harmed. Be one of the head researchers in the world, cared and could have saved lives. Millions. Made cures, vaccines. I couldn't accomplish this. I'm homeless in the cold and not enough disability funding. No lawyers to fund this. All doctors, turn yourselves in. Go to prison. All the CPSO, the College Nurses Ontario, medically negligent ones, that's supposed to look in right away and fire them for years already. Other people did complain when they can't afford medical negligence lawyers. Do something to help when the lawyers they can't afford to find a lawyer that will take the case and win and put them in prison, give them money to live. You hired medically negligent staff. Is your job not to? Under God, you had to do. Find a doctor, psychiatrist that cares. When they harm, you didn't do your job to follow up to make sure monitor, so you have to find staff that monitor. These doctors, if they're harming human patients, and I told you the names. You didn't do anything for over a year. You are saying are doing an investigation, but how long does it take to investigate a file and doctor that's been medically negligent for over 20 years, and you have all the records that are take 2 minutes to review and be put in prison, and you would save lives, but you didn't. You are accomplices to human torture. Mine of drastic proportions. You left these doctors working there with license, made $1 million that they can't. No, they can't and harm my life. I'm homeless and poor and lost my degree. Child work paid 40,000, worked in factory $7 to pay for. And I have no chance of I can't have a child. I lost my years from 20 years old to 40. Illegally harmed, fear for my life. Brain electrocute, illegally given clozapine, olanzapine, risperidone, polyperidone. A woman shouldn't be given at all. I didn't need it all. Damaged my brain health, the brain memory, cognitive thinking abilities, physical health for years. And you wronged my life. And there's children there, old people wronged. You still have these people working there. You didn't take away their license right away. They still harmed other patients for years since I was there, over 4 years. You have to give back your paychecks. You have to resign. You have to hire someone else that will do a moral proper job of hiring proper medical staff, look into them to see a follow up if they're doing a right job. They most did illegal research trials on humans, pushed pills, made the paychecks, most were rude. Humans don't deserve. They have dignity to be respected as humans' lives. They affect other lives, family members, others have children, lost, couldn't visit them, suffering in mental wards no should be in. No, nothing to put social workers to they basically have the clothing on the back, don't provide enough disability funding, so they have enough nice food in the actual hospitals to give ODSP so have other funding to buy food that they like. When they care enough to buy nutritious food, not order basic food, greasy some food because that's all they can afford, and then go outside begging on the street while still even the facility is not funding any nutritious food. Give a disgusting muffin and that's it. One meal that tastes good, but they need nutritions a lot and give me supplements. You didn't follow up. All these doctors never refer them to give them any supplements when needed. They need a lot to help with proper nutritious food, especially on clozapine. I help some patients because I know about it. I had to beg for even a meal supplement. I know which vitamins needed. They didn't refer this to me. They make the $1 million. Other patients not educated, still don't know. And they would have omega 3s, B complex, vitamin C, vitamin D, main ones, other ones, help reduce side effects of these dangerous antipsychotics they don't even need. And I haven't been given some of them patients still there, 10 years. 20 years. I've knocked out cold, over sedated, harm life, have a less life expectancy, cannot go outside, have no friends in a place no one should be. People wrongly injected with these things, given these pills, basically sedated, accomplished nothing in life, kept alive, illegally tortured, no money ever, no hopes of having a home, disability is nothing, kind of have to live on the street while they damage the brain, didn't even need. These are nice people, choose to work, have high hopes. Young people have taken away, illegally kept there. Old people don't have to be any of them there. They could all be given vitamins there, released, change the wards to a medical, proper, caring, health, nutritious facility with a gym close by. That's what humans need to go outside and have a home housing where they choose go and they choose not stay there legally in disgusting places with no circulated air, no food, no water. There's a human begging me was there. Asked them for a glass of water. The nursing staff on break. That's what they always on break. This is true, and it's still on break, making $1 million. I don't know how they live with themselves. They care for human health study this, swear oath to God, and then they make the $1 million a year and don't care for human health. And they're actually illegally harming people. This is Toronto I'm referring to. Australia goes on. ECT clinics, many. There's 10 essentially medical staff in each ECT clinic. There's the nurses, registered nurses, practical nurses, all go along with it illegally. There's a psychiatrist, there's a medical doctor, there's the others, at times board members that are medical doctors, psychiatrists. There's the neural brain specialist when present. There's the ones that the work. There's the machines that scan and do they check the human heart rate, blood pressure, EKG. The humans are hooked up to machines on the side for the imaging for the brain for during before the brain procedure, monitoring machines. There's there's the anesthesiologist that injects in the vein the general anesthesia. All these humans know and go along with every ECT procedure. Humans, I was even a week at the time. I had a blood clot. Clearly should they endangered my life. Any competent, proper doctor knows I had to be in medical ward, never put through ECT. They endangered my life. I didn't need to even hear of this. Angelika, Jakiela. I'm an intelligent human. I care for the health and well-being of all humanity. I choose to help save lives. This action required on the part of the main world leaders, the Pope Francis, all those that are working under him, religious ones, religious leaders. Pope under him has archbishops, cardinals, vicar generals in Rome. There are ones in the Vatican. He has all contact information, resources, huge say in what the world leaders do. Make sure morally right ones are employed. If they're not, fire them immediately because they affect the lives and employment of millions of people under them. If they're not going to provide funding to provide the basic necessities of life, rather of shelter, and have the world in Canada states, especially is cold almost all year, to provide warm buildings, funding for the disabled, what did they live wrong millions, unfortunately, with his clozapine, risperidone, polyperidone, olanzapine, the ECT. They didn't improve quality of life for the patients. Humans lost many years, some like me, 2 decades, homeless, in the cold, cannot live, right to be respected, to have a warm place to live, for normal temperatures to function, proper nutritious food, money for food, water, the basic necessities, clothing for human to buy some nice things, to have enough money to live, to be respected as human choose to do, to be a human with a life, dignity of God, valued as a human health, chose to be healthy was wrong because they didn't do their job, to hire medical staff, proper psychiatrists, nurses, ones that cared, that actually smiled and said, to help my health, would easily assess my medical health properly and let me go, not put in mental wards so they have a client, to get rid of the schizophrenia term. Everyone in the world, you have the resources, Pope included. Get rid of the word entirely. Millions of lives will be saved immediately. Millions of people were put truly in mental health wards even because they had on file schizophrenia, a general term. Didn't have to go there. Most had to go to medical wards. Psychosis, get rid of this entirely. It is a general term. It is not a specific mental health disorder, not a specific disorder of the brain, no physical symptoms, specific ones associated with it. Schizophrenia, get rid of everyone, clearly listen. World leaders, Pope, World Health Organization, bioethics boards of all kinds, pharmaceutical companies all in the world, all medical doctors, all psychiatrists, all religious world leaders. You have a say in this. You're morally obligated under God, religious or not. You all know your job to morally do right under God. In your job description, if you don't and you didn't, you have to give your paychecks back. You endangered and made people suffer on earth. Millions. You have to do the right thing, hire someone who will be paid that money to care for the humans, restore order right away, prevent the humans suffering on the earth. They don't deserve to be while you made $1 million. This is immoral. This is unethical. Every second that counts in human life affects another life. Make sure the proper masks. Make sure there's more information actually on our website. The World Health Organization, get your English right at all times. Best they can, most do, but there's certain English that I even know. Human with a degree in life sciences, medical terminology, that they could easily put more proper wording to inform uh, the whole world, humans, what they essentially need to know information about. To remind human what I stated, if you're even triple or fourth booster shot vaccinated, keep in mind that humans still might get a different variant strain, that they don't have the antibodies to fight off a different strain of coronavirus. There are no other vaccines out. There are no cures for coronavirus or variant strains. These strains, different ones, mutant ones that currently exist, could mutate forms, change forms. There are more virulent strains that travel faster after a human breathes out, that could be transferred to another human even faster. It spreads more faster in the cold. When a human is wearing a mask, the human still breathes some of the air on the side. To enforce to remind humans to stay 2 meters away from one another, from animals, pets. A lot of people have pets, little infants are keeping close to them. To have children, to keep enforcing, reminding people. These are simple posts that is modern day. You already have the resources, but you haven't been doing this. You're morally obligated to take the time and care to do this. You have the already million viewers. You have all the people easily on Twitter. You post one thing, million viewers already registered, follow you. They could easily see and tune in every day and read this, reminded of it. A lot of people, keep in mind, are not educated in any of these medical matters, don't even know what viruses are. To explain basically what they are, to put the essential mask, 3-4 points that I stated, to put them easily on each website and continue to monitor this. Up-to-date information, proper polypropylene masks, the percentage, particle filtration, efficacy rating, what the 97% to 99% of the mask is against viruses, which actual mask, and 95 ones, the difference between a K95 mask than the N95 one. There are differences, they're not made entirely the same. To write these, keeping everyone listen, write these down. World leaders, religious leaders, Pope, pharmaceutical companies, World Health Organization. These signs haven't been put in million stores online. Could have saved the strain health of lives. 100 million lives saved if informed. Kept you, did your job and monitored these on all sites. On retailer sites, Amazon main ones, Walmart, in the stores, online, other main ones in the world. To clearly put a sign stating as well, keep in mind masks are made of certain chemicals. They break down the little particles with everything, break down over time. They are not safe to use by humans, especially to prevent spread of viruses. When they're past the expiry date, expiry dates are essential to maintain the proper health and safety of all humans. These have to be clearly stated on signs and on packaging of the masks. N95 masks, respirators, all of them. These haven't been stated on all packaging. On all online retailers, mostly none, are blurred out. In the stores, there are no signs explaining this. Could easily paper put there and state this for what a customer most not educated clearly need to know this. And put each sign for over 4 years, as I stated. So please fix this immediately. You have the resources, click, put post, and the retailer main one. You have contact information. Most humans don't. It's almost impossible for a human to get to head office's phone numbers. They're not easy to find. Even intelligent humans have hard time filing complaints with these head owners, It's hard to reach them. Even to file complaints, they make the $1 million still selling wrong masks, millions. Tell them to sell one mask, put a separate part of website to sell one proper mask with all these ratings and every certification number in Canada. CSA, for example, and IOSH have properly certified numbers recorded in websites, put this clearly stated to check if it is a real mask with this certification number, expiry date, the particle filtration efficacy, the percentage, what is made out of polypropylene, stay there that is certified to use to prevent the spread of coronavirus and their variant strains for viruses and their bacteria, but coronavirus is a virus. To make sure they sell only that one, the current ones, the rest put and I tell them to put on a separate part of their website. The ones that look like medical masks, cloth ones specifically put signs there. Online they could easily do and are morally obligated under God to do. If they don't, fire them. They haven't been doing for 4 years. Every job description, keep in mind, they know to hire employees, the ones that employ them have to be a morally right example and care for human health and safety. If they don't, they cannot make their paycheck and need a different employer. They have to be fired because they're morally doing wrong. And 100 million people, customers, are going to be wrongly affected, which already have for over 4 years during coronavirus. No one did anything to look into it. A lot of people suffered misinformed. Bodies had to return these masks. They didn't even informed, bought the blue ones, thought, and it didn't prevent spread. They prevent only dust. A lot of still people got ill from the virus wearing these fake masks. Is that millions of people, keep in mind, involved in the world. One major retailer online, especially like Amazon, is Truth I Speak. The Walmart, they're still selling different colored ones for show, different masks. Even the mask should be made the proper material, not focus on the colors to make money. Proper health is more important than making a different colored masks for people to have a nice, pretty mask for style purposes. Certain materials of these masks, polypropylene, they cannot have any coloring dyes or added near them because they will prevent it from this chemical. Keep in mind, and the the coloring put on it will is a dye of different chemicals, obviously made. It will prevent the proper function of the mask. These particles, these chemicals on the mask will prevent what the mask purpose is to function properly, to prevent virus particles from entering to going through the mask, might cause different chemical reactions on the mask, proper not to human health. These when colored differently might have more particles present, prevent a human from breathing properly, These are things that these humans that already know these, have studied obviously chemistry, that in the medical field have studied for years and know this, are have neglected, some of them, not all, to focus on this. They didn't tell this, and please, World Health Organization, the Pope, the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, the US President, in England, the head world leaders, Germany, Poland, the main ones, Japan, China especially has a huge market for the different coronavirus masks, obviously, and all in the world. FDA, the companies that actually make the masks. You have to keep this information that Angelika Jakiela mentioned in mind. You haven't been doing this for over 4 years. 100 million people lost lives. Children have lost parents, animals, loved ones. Affects humans have emotions, a soul, a brain, physical health. They suffered respiratory ailments, human breathing, and have a problem breathing for 2 long weeks. That's a long day, the next night, hours, meals. They're suffering, have other side effects, fevers, not side effects, symptoms rather. There's a human suffering for 2 long weeks, barely can sleep. These are humans suffering and die. Then they don't have a loved one, they don't have a pet. Animals suffer, keep in mind, and intelligence don't have intellectual rather capabilities to understand what they're suffering is a virus. Wearing masks, what they're for, they need constant care. You didn't do your proper job, all of you, and you have to give your paychecks back. Hire a proper staff and apologize to the world. You wrongly harmed millions of lives. You don't get away with this under God. I am kindly reminding you, a kind hearted human, to do your job. This is immediately affects the lives of 100 million people already still living lives, currently online looking for masks, not even given free masks by now. A lot of people poor, obviously, in Canada states, which shouldn't be that way. Basically, they don't even have jobs. There's the humans, all that are making the $1 million but are negligent to the cares, to be caring, supposed to be rather, of human about human health, to make sure they have homes, funding, disability for disabled, keep in mind have brain damage or some organ damage, they cannot possibly work, but they have a right to respect to live in a warm home. That takes currently it costs up to $1 million just for building these days. Food in restaurants is basically a meal, almost more than $10 just for a drink and a burger and fries. A human has to work for over an hour and can't afford it even. These jobs don't have enough money, what humans are making even in Canada to live. This is humans working, children could easily be funded university school to learn. Take out what is not essential in curriculum. Get rid of the Bible studies entirely. It's useless for human to study this. Just to give them basic knowledge of what God, Jesus, Holy Spirit are. The religions are not. All humans know to respect them. They do exist. Their moral, proper, clean-minded values, virtues, gifts, whatever human has, what to use to respect other humans. Dignity, human freedom of choice, human rights, patient rights. Human has all God within them. Brain, mind, physicality, soul is assessed in every human. Right away on earth, judged if they morally know to do right and have to do God's way, to respect them and other humans. If they do wrong, is recorded in them. No human gets away with this. And keep in mind that this is all truth I speak. And all the head Pope, the Prime Minister of Canada, the US President, all in the world, Germany world leaders, the Dalai Lama, all religious leaders, all the other ones of Islam, rather, Muslims, Jewish, All world leaders are morally obligated under God, have humans under them. They know this when they're hired. If they're not gonna do job, they have to not make their paycheck. They cannot do. They're judged under God. Jesus for morally not. They're not gonna morally do right and everything in their resources they actually have, financial resources, their knowledge that they studied, and to use this knowledge to help humans promote proper quality of living of life, proper safe place to live for all, money for proper funding for basic necessities of life, such as shelter in cold countries to keep for human keep in mind from freezing flesh and has nerve damage and freezing in less than seconds. That's as Canada states almost all year. Other countries is cold and warm to hot. To provide proper nutrients in all world. There's 100 million people, different cities, countries. Humans need food, nutritious food to normal brain, physical health function in itself. Water to make sure to look into uh, proper care, close all the churches, close all religious places of worship. This is God's spoken truth. Jesus morally right under God. Jesus out of respect of every human being and 100 million people's lives. The Holy Spirit to close all places of worship as long as coronavirus is there. They do not have to be open. It is modern day. Humans can watch a mass easily recorded. There's not much more to learn. Is a mask a human? There's a priest can mention online. The humans know what the masses are about. They don't have to go to worship on Sundays. Keep in mind, you can watch my other made a video essential to spread to million people. World leaders haven't seen this yet, but I put there had to be done right away. You're morally obligated to do this. Under God, all of you, religious or not, close all places of worship, every religion, all 100 million in the world. It's not worth endangering a life. People entering with no masks, not screened. Giving a wafer, human doesn't need to get Jesus' wafer. They have to morally do right on earth. Respect. Human dignity is more important and health of them and others. Prevent this spread at all costs to get rid of it from the world. Coronavirus and variant strains. Humans don't have to pray there, go to worship, will get sick on the way, might strain and get ill, it's too cold or too warm to travel anyway. Save gas money, help someone donate to poor instead. They use it to take a day of rest. God is resting on Sundays. Keep in mind, all Catholics, 100 million in the world, Canada, states, all countries. The Pope put a statement right now on Twitter. You have the resources, million viewers will read, see this every day, follow you, look. Keep posting it, and you're supposed to do already. This is your job. Under God, you have to do. If you don't, you have to resign. You cannot make your paycheck. All religious world leaders, Dalai Lama, you have to do this as well. American president, prime minister, you have the resources, the Pope, everyone have world leaders, the phone numbers, contact information, can send mass email to all parishes, all archdioceses, the curiates, all the different under them dioceses, the churches, mosques, Buddhist temples, other Muslim places of worship, Islamic, Protestant, 100 million in Canada and states, especially everywhere in the world. Every country has millions of people. Over 4 years didn't close these buildings, and they're under God. Know why? To help human health, prevent this spread all costs. That's the only way to get rid of it from the world. Sanitize and inform people areas, prevent the spread where must stay away from the public places. These are public worship places of public gathering. That means many people potentially there will spread who knows where they came from, can spread different forms of the virus, even though triple or four booster shot vaccinated, might still get, even with a mask, a different strain of it. They are not immune, will spread to others, and they'll never leave the world. There are no cures. There are no miracle workers from heaven on the earth for the miraculous healings, despite even people praying rosaries against pandemics for a million years. So tell even all other people, religious or not, don't pray the rosaries. Pray basic prayers. Your health is more important. Tell God or Jesus if you need help, but tell others if you're praying for them for a miracle. If it hasn't happened right away, let them know. Then do what you can. That's all you can do. Don't pray the Holy Rosary. The word Holy Rosary is essentially praying in Our Father and then 10 Hail Marys, another Hail Father. There's a whole decades. A human strains their health for almost half hour. The calories burn, nervous system is strained. This almost results from nothing in itself except repeating a prayer. A human is more important, Jesus and God and Holy Spirit care for humans to have proper health so that they essentially state what the prayer and soul they are kind-hearted enough to care for someone to pray and let them know. If it's not accomplished, it is heaven's job to do already on earth to care. But when they're not present, they have to let them know if it's the human when at least care to pray for someone for peace, to help in the world someone. If they're not healed or peace not accomplished by heaven's miracles or protection right away, then let them know. Then hopefully then when it's recorded in every human though when they say, then hopefully heaven will figure out after millions of years what they're supposed to act right away and accomplish this in the world. These are exact words of a caring human, left not protected by God. Jesus in these matters personally from heaven had to me since I was born all these years, but not. And Holy Spirit wronged by something that cannot be wronged on this earth, and are not doing their part. I'm stating this to human to be um, state what I learned through life experience over 42 years, wrongly put in mental medical wards. I don't choose, don't deserve, so I'm caring enough to stay this, and an immediate action needs to be done, taken. I'll head world leaders, pharmaceutical companies, morally doing wrong. You can't, you're affecting millions of people. Humans' right to have heaven on earth all the time. You made your paychecks, you harm million lives. Take away all those um, illegal antipsychotics that I was wrong. It's worth 20 years of human uh, that you were accomplices to illegal human torture. You have to go to prison for it. You don't get away with it under God. You harm my life. Innocent woman couldn't have children. That's a big offense, sin against my life. You disrespected under God your oath to promote proper health, and under Jesus, nothing gets away with sinning, doing morally wrong they know not to, and wronging another human life, mine. Over 20 years I lost. Over 2 decades, my youth could save home money, use education, actually help someone doing medical lab research, be assistant medical lab researcher in the world. Saved lives and cared, but couldn't because of wrong antipsychotics you have to get rid of from the market. There's enough research trials done even illegally to prove that these couldn't be given to any patients at all ever. Most were given illegally, clozapine, and there's a huge market with the pharmacies, has to be stopped immediately. World Health Organization closed down all pharmacies dealing with clozapine properly. First get care for the patients, looking if they're illegally given, and other ones to wean them off of it. First, put a caring pharmacist to look into doctors and the colleges, which one are legal. I have the list of mine. I'm in Toronto, many other ones. People file complaints, look online, see which ones are problematic, interview them, see the patient files, contact them. I'm sure they'll tell you the truth. Illegally harmed, cannot afford lawyers, and then end up living on the street, begging for food, freezing in frostbite, and die. Cannot be disrespected humans this way. Have family members lost, children they can't help afford, poor, even animals, pets, wrongly affected, cannot see their owners. Humans can't drive, lose a driver's license, work hard, university, education, study, children for years, as I stated. This is all two things to consider in a human life. When wrongly doctors gave the wrong antipsychotics and need to be taken off the market immediately. Other video I have stating more information. I crippled, type this. And I didn't have to be this way. I could have had a healthy life as I chose and right to be respected that way, and woman with children. Probably took into school already for 20 years, saved money, cared for them, did research for years, found vaccines, cures, saved lives, donated, made money for poor, helped those I couldn't do because I was illegally wrong. And all the head are responsible for this should and have to go to prison. Angelika, Jakiela, the Prime Minister of Canada, has to go to prison. His paycheck taken away and all the ones before them. He had the resources. Whoever hired him has to go to prison too. Didn't make sure he did proper moral job governing a whole entire country with many provinces, cities under them, all hospitals, not the proper all staff. The main in Toronto in itself. People go there thinking for proper medical care and get none almost. Psychiatrists, none. These most main ones pushing these antipsychotics don't even know English, right? Medical terminology beyond rude. Still working there, got away with it. Because no patients afford medical negligence lawyers. Make sure there's funding for this, especially if you are whoever harmed, take away their paychecks. Under God, they couldn't make because they harm health. They have to be taken away all the years that they worked and harmed patients. My case, some 20, almost 20 years. The years that they did, take away immediately, give it to the patient that I could have and money so I live a normal house to live, that I could have made myself money. Over years and have a building now, electricity man to live out of the cold freezing temperatures, sub-zero in Canada. Toronto, Guelph, Mississauga, all cold. I don't have money to live at all, no children, and I can't already, almost too old. And I lost all the youth, couldn't do research. I lost no joy in life. I was harmed illegally, offended, cried, abused verbally. I have no money lawyers, so fine, look into it. These are the only financial aid doesn't cover medical negligence lawsuits, which is beyond wrong because most patients are actually illegally wronged and they need the funding and right to have a legal doctor to assist find ones that to help with the cases, proper funding. These humans were harmed. Kind people as me lost university, right to have money given to me back. I right to have proper medical care. Caring human could assess me medical concern and let me go, not endanger my life, put in mental ward to have a client, patient for years. Then one went along with the other doctor, putting schizophrenia, general term, not real mental disorder on paper. Then the next one, I had to go with a blood clot, dying, and I had to go to medical ward. They put schizophrenia on the file, so they put me in mental ward, and it's not even a real term. It's not a real medical concern of a mental health problem. I never had one. These are wrongly patients admitted, as I stated, has to be got rid of this term entirely. Doctors to do the job. To look, please listen, all medical doctors in the world, Canada especially, Toronto, in the States, all Prime Minister in Canada, in the States, the current and all presidents and to come, the Pope Francis, all world leaders, you have to do your job. The World Health Organization, there's the medical councils, the colleges hiring all the staff, doctors take away, they have the ability, their license to give it to them, medical license, doctor of psychiatry license, to reprimand them, to put them in prison immediately, take away their paycheck, they know the laws, they cannot get away with illegal human torture, bodily harm a human doesn't choose, don't deserve, is a disrespect of human dignity of God. Every human religions or not under God has to be respected. This and all human laws, ethic laws are to be respected in the world. All world leaders know, religions are not the Pope. This has to be respected. All medical doctors know, psychiatrists, nurses, registered nurses, physiologists, specialists, neurobiologists, surgeons. Many still going along, pharmacists, medical secretaries, making paychecks, not helping anyone. All those people that are harmed illegally need funding, housing immediately, 10-year waiting lists. in Canada, Toronto, and humans wrongly like me harmed and live in cold. I can't wait 10 years to when a freezing frostbite right away 1 second because they made paychecks, the doctors harm me, and I have to live on the street. And I have no house. Disability is nothing for a whole month, not even for basically one night in hotel, but not enough for food, and have to live 30 days like that, but can't afford one more night in hotel out of the cold. But the funding going to police, as I stated, is a million other useless. The other ones could fund and have to morally obligate. All and world leaders have to give paychecks and fund, take your money you made wrong for years, and give the money for proper housing and human dignity that your job description is you didn't do. Give it funding there immediately. Give money to humans like myself so I have a home to live that I could have actually made myself, but I couldn't. Money that I lost for university, give it to me. And other punitive damages that I can afford lawyer, then give me medical lawyer. Make sure medical lawyers look into cases more than 2 years. In Canada, I was wronged over 20 years, couldn't afford a lawyer. They can only look into there's up to 2 years, since the human knew when the doctor was medically negligent or staff. But I was wrong some I look in, but it was 2 decades. I human was a victim of over is approximately 50. This is truth, medical, and most psychiatrists, illegal researchers affiliated with University of Toronto, the main one in the and most known in the world. All professors, assistant professors, lecturers working there still. There's people file complaints. Their online websites. I stated in other videos. Please watch these. I have 2, 3, 4 main videos about these certain subject matters that all world leaders have to see. Please be well fed, rested, and take some or 2, 3 hours. But these are information that is I've seen and lived last 2 decades that you can take the 2, 3 hours and see what your jobs were to assess what you did wrong and you morally on your job know it's truth and you know what it means is truth from the heart that you know to listen what your job is to do right in these matters but you didn't do to slow down take the time and do what's morally right. If you're not going to do morally right more then then you hire someone to make the paycheck to do this job that will help humans accomplish this immediately. If you do it right away, look into these people and then hire the other people, fire the ones that are wrong working under you, that are not helping funding for housing but making paychecks. There's a million people, even ODSP, not doing their job. People calling, a lot of them care because it's with disability, but that they're not doing looking into certain things, other ones that are not giving them enough funding. Ontario is Ontario Disability Support Program, but the ones hiring in Ontario, the doctors, they hired medically negligent. I lost 20 years, and they don't give me fundings for the house for that. They could take away the $1 million, the doctor that wronged me, give me the $1 million so I have my house that I could have made to keep out of the cold. And I don't have this. They have the money, made 20 years, $20 million, all world leaders. Doctors, psychiatrists, nurses went on vacation, happy with their family. Heated vehicles still parked outside CAMH, other places, University of Toronto, and heated seats, warm suits, expensive ones, well fed. I was kept there legally with a basic t-shirt on, sweater, take my jacket away in front of other men. In a CAMH emergency, I didn't have to be there. I had to go to medical place. They put me on form to stay 3 days to find proper patient rights advisors, give them more ability, forms to do job, to look in to help patients so they don't have to stay 3 days to wait for a medical assessment, which is supposed to be done right away. The first main assessing doctors in emergency get rid of in CAMH. Illegally put me on form over time, so I wait 3 days, push the issue just to see a doctor, another one to assess that I had a medical concern not to be there. The rights advisor cannot get me out until 3 days. And then I need a medical lawyer. This is all a big market, but no patient, no human can afford a lawyer. Medical one. These have to be provided for poor people in mind, and I legally put there to give in one right away, so I don't have to be there. Intelligent human don't want to stay in a building with no food because I'm not even registered as patient really there. When I put there, they have to give me food. They're not doing. I have a meals one or two. I'm an intelligent human, and they're working there at the push issue, as I stated, to get my jacket. Then the next staff come hours later. They didn't give me my jacket, but they said they would. And they are all dressed in 3 layers of clothes, warm, well fed, planning vacations, making money. They do nothing to help me. I didn't have to be there. I said the doctor could see me right away. They planning another day, then the next day, 3 days to wait to see a doctor seeing if I had proper health, which I did, and let me go. And I suffered 3 days freezing to death. Not enough food in Toronto. Didn't have to be put there at all. They made the paychecks, admitting staff, psychiatrists still working there illegally over years, put there, supposed to be fired years ago. The other staff told that is rude, but they did nothing to follow up to put it. They're almost crying, say, "Oh, he put this. He didn't have to be here." But they didn't see me sooner. They don't. They have no even clients walking around. Could have helped me too. They don't do anything to put that other one in prison right away. He has been admitting people wrongly for years. And him and my health failed. If I even had lawyers not pay off to sue them for a few hours, it had cost me more for court fees and lawyers just for that. So there has to be a way to put them. And the colleges look in, but taking year when these doctors are they still wronging human lives, disrespecting human rights, patients. There's a lot involved. Humans have souls, emotion, woman wrong, harmed. Don't want to be in medical places, a mental health place. I didn't have to clearly be there. And they get away with it, make the $1 million, but I suffered and don't have nowhere to live. So put funding, find everyone, world leaders, take away what you made illegally, do the morally right thing, take your money, put it into funding for the people you harmed, like myself. I Angelika Jakiela. My name is spelled Angelika. My last name is spelled Jakiela. I am a human in Canada, Ontario, City Guelph, currently. I'm living in the place I live is beyond cold. It is not my house. I have a barely the two items that I bought, a few clothing items, a little bed that I saved as a student. This has only lasted me for 20 years. I bought nothing else. Disability is nothing. No human live over 2 decades should with not enough money to buy a nice coat. Barely have the only one or two I have. Couldn't buy any other nice things. I could have made job myself. Do research, save life, donate to help other people. I have a soul, a life. A woman couldn't take kids, save money for school. Intelligent human couldn't do. I was wrongly harmed, side effects, overdosed. Didn't have to be this way. You have to do your job. You cause a human me suffering is a 21 years old lost is a summer, spring, winter, fall cold in Canada. Lost suffering with blood, frequent tests overdrawn for side effects, put on clozapine. This has harmed the brain, my physical health. Sugar levels monitored up and down. This damage potentially harm lowered white blood cell count. Thyroid had to be monitored. My brain was damaged, thinking abilities. I didn't need it, so harm my brain more. Trying to force me to give me had to take illegally olanzapine. Doesn't help at all. It's beyond brain damaging. Does nothing to help human brain health. A woman eat as well. This risperidone beyond wrong, harming human brain health, physical health. Polyperidone is I a human don't telling everyone if you don't do this, you have to resign. You have to fix this in the world immediately. All world leaders look into FDA. What they're approving is illegal human torture. They're working there illegally under God, a huge federal drug administration well known in the entire world. 100 million suffering still in Toronto, CAMH. I have records. I wrong there illegally. And then Mount Sinai Hospital. Pharmacists going along with clozapine, huge market everywhere in the world. 100 million people, that's Toronto, main city. There's a 50 medically negligent staff that I was dealt with over 20 years, 21 years old, 22, long 12 months, 23, 24 years old, 25 to 30 years old to 40 years old. 12 months in each year. Every day I had to go to pharmacy, get a prescription, clozapine, the other ones, damaged brain health, shortened life expectancy, might human end up with diabetes and 10 to 15 years less of life expectancy. Severe brain damage, couldn't do a job, lost university degree, couldn't figure skate finish, was on varsity team, was ill health, too weak, blood test all the time, human for side effects, monitoring other levels, urine tests, had to go there, couldn't do other things, couldn't exercise, figure skate shows, do coaching, choreography, couldn't do what was happy to make me in my life, to have a family, a woman. This is over 20 years. Other humans I saw they're affected. My human is obviously crying. Men, women see this. They're still there. Some patients, not informed at all. So please, I made the clozapine videos, promote this easily. I did the work. I suffered beyond years. Something right has to be result of this. The whole world starts with the leaders. You have to fix this. If you're not going to, you have to resign, go to prison. You illegally harm a million people. You're morally obligated to do right, but you didn't in your job descriptions. The paychecks you made, you had and harmed human life. You didn't do everything in your power and your job description to do to promote proper health of mind, millions of other patients, to maintain proper medical facilities with proper air and temperature, nutritious food, nothing. This is inhumane. This is disrespect of human life, human dignity of God within, human to be respected as a human with a life soul, a physicality of health brain to be maintained proper. You didn't do. Is unethical, immoral. You sin against another human life, mine, and you sin under God. Jesus Christ, you disrespected. These are our sins against another human life. You don't get away with it under God or Jesus. It's recorded on earth in your thoughts, your soul, you all, and Holy Spirit. The aura in heaven exists. It's true. I know. I'm a human earth angel. I know. You have to resign, provide proper nutrition, health, and counseling. Put a fund, even put naturopaths, medical doctors to do what naturopaths have, and give the proper IVs everywhere in the world. In Canada, in Ontario, humans going there in cold, right, to have fluids when they need. Not have to wait 3 hours and turned away. The staff making $1 million dressed warm, force humans to sit, is even in Mississauga Hospital. This is well-known ones most in world $1 million facilities. The nursing staff, human wait another hour before admitted, even assessed by trials nurse, freezing in these temperatures in the hospitals. Then I wait another room before they go there just to assess, and the human tells already what they're there for an IV. The suffering with not enough, there's no food there, getting hungry, need fluids immediately, a bag that costs pennies to a few dollars, to put inject in human arm to give them rehydrate, and most in hospitals don't give it extra like glucose, the other ones. A human has to go pay money to go to a naturopath. Each naturopath charges approximately $100 or more for meeting, than less over time, just for the advice, counsel, medical advice. And then I charge the patient $20 to $30 for a bag of fluids, basically water and some glucose, potassium, this, and charge them this, what the hospital has to give to human right away to save their life. But they don't make the million, and they make $1 million, illegal bodily harm, leave humans patients waiting there. This is the well-known most in the country in Canada. This is happening in many hospitals. This is happening probably elsewhere in the world, in states, in other countries. This has been going on for years. And this is illegal human torture, fined by imprisonment. This is morally wrong under God. This is a sin against another human life. You have no right to do. World leaders hiring the colleges that are not, they're making paychecks, hiring these doctors, not looking into it, following up, not firing them right away. not providing the financial resources to pay for a bag of fluid to a human that is dehydrated, had potentially was in an accident, needs IV right away. Things beyond human control, freezing to death, need glucose. There's a lot of people disabled because of these wrong medical staff you hired and you let in the country, most in Canada legally, didn't do your job screening them, especially medical staff and psychiatrists, got into Canada and the States, hired, don't even basically know English, but have to under Canadian the laws and ways to respect a human, to have proper communication skills in the language that they're in the country, and proper knowledge rather, as well of the Canadian English, proper English terms, medical terms, psychiatric terms to know, to define them, to the current ones, the proper medical procedures, the proper standards of ethics, to state these, to respect human dignity under God, to assess patients properly, their mental, brain, and physical health, to respect the ways, the quality of life, to hire patients, to have patients rather, to take the time to hire proper medical staff that screen them, the colleges. There are many colleges. There's the provinces in Ontario, then there's the other main provinces in Canada, and there's the medical boards, all have humans working there, making paychecks, didn't do their job. Did they hire them? And then they run under them, they didn't continue to monitor. And millions of lives were harmed and still are. And those paychecks they made even over the years till now, they couldn't do because they're sworn on to, under God to do, and have to give them back and turn themselves into prison because they were accomplices, didn't do morally right under God to hire proper medical staff, psychiatrists, result in the harm of my life and others, didn't do what is entirely in their job description to do, and cause bodily harm to human brain, physical health, and humans not given IVs, fluid properly, proper timing to care for human health, respect the lives of humans, and myself and others, there's millions I've seen, is true, is recorded on videos in hospitals. All they have to monitor. There's find staff that sit there. There's each security room with the TVs monitoring, seeing this. Or they could easily put a staff member and check with the colleges of physicians and surgeons Ontario that hires doctors to see this, be present, have staff, investigators once in a while going to these rooms, talking to patients, ask when they choose questions if your doctor's treating you well, if the psychiatrist is treating you well as a doctor and is morally obligated to do. Are they seeing you enough times that they're supposed to? Did they follow up on your case? As a patient, did the nurse help you today? Did the registered nurse help you? If this is their job description, and are they fulfilling their job? They are morally obligated under God to do paycheck. I need to know this so that I hire proper staff. If they're not, I have to get rid of them if they're not. The patients know they're the ones affected. They will tell the truth right away. These cannot be get away with these humans not doing this job. These colleges that hire the doctors, psychiatrists in Canada, CPSO, CNO, that's Ontario. Then there's the other ones, every province. These in America, there's many states. Each of them have different cities, millions of hospitals, mental health, especially facilities with these psychiatrists, pushing clozapine, all the other ones I mentioned, get rid of from the FDA, make sure they disapprove this, get rid of from the market entirely. They never help anyone. They made the $1 million, live millions lost, tortured humans illegally. Even choose humans misinformed, didn't help any health. Humans lost lives, as I stated, for those reasons. Please listen to this video. And again, these are exact details. See the other few videos that I mentioned. Is worth listening to. That few hours. Take your time to be well fed. Listen parts of the time. Write down the notes. These are exact, carefully selected words from a human from life experience. A human once intends to help to save the health and lives immediately of hundreds of millions of people from suffering, to prevent from being wrongly admitted, get rid of schizophrenia, as I stated, psychosis term, from all journals, medical journals, psychiatric journals, mania. These are general terms. These are not specific brain disorders, mental disorders, no specific symptoms mentioned. All doctors, psychiatrists, listen intently. Get rid of these. You have the resources to do. Let know the colleges as well hiring you or they let you know. Get rid of the terms immediately. Speak specifically to the patients. Make sure that you assess their health and physical mental health properly. First assess, as you know, ask them what their symptoms are. Find proper non-invasive scans if needed to prove what the actual mental or physical health concern they have. Caring for the health, assess them first properly. Don't put on schizophrenia ever. Humans wrongly put on mental wards don't need. This is not this is a general term. Psychosis, mania, get rid of it. Specifically state to the patient what the mental health brain concern is, what actual part of the brain it is affected, how it affects the rest of their physical, their mental health, their physical health, what their symptoms are, and then find a method of proper respect of their health to treat them. You have the resources to put in proper warm place to live. Proper thing is that mostly counseling needed for mental health patients. Most cases need proper nutritious food, exercise, and to have a happy environment. Is most start with their thinking, especially depression. Don't need dangerous antipsychotics ever. ECT never give to human with depression. This is with nutrients non as stated and general anesthesia hammers the brain more. Does not help a human with depression. Anyone with any mental health concern at all is beyond illegal if against free will and is my over 10 times lived through side effects and intelligent human as I stated university degree in life sciences I choose to get rid of from the market entirely. As many people know for years, it should be gone. The FDA has to remove it from being approved, and the other World Health Organization, Canada, Toronto, all the different then other boards, medical hospitals can easily help. The clinics, ECT in Toronto, get rid of them. All illegal employees that look into that are actually medically negligent. Some still worked 4 years since I was there. Illegally harmed patients had to be fired immediately. They bodily harmed, illegal torture, had to be in prison. Couldn't make that money, had to be taken away. Paychecks. They know the laws. Unethical treatment of a human being. Disrespect of human life, dignity, human rights, patient rights, free will of choice. A woman couldn't have children. Other people lost lives, studies, money. Homeless, disabled because of it, no funding. Don't want to live and have to live freezing to death with basically the clothes on the back, begging for food on the street. Never have a job because of it, no children, no home. Because they made paychecks and damaged brain. You're morally obligated under God to do what's right. This will save listening to this video alone immediately and modern day as stated. Put on Twitter. You can put this video there. It's all true. You can take the information needed, put it on Twitter, few sentences, post I made, the job is done. You have to simply put this, it's easily downloadable in a second. You can print these already for people, put in stores. I put the little, what needs to be put in stores online for people to look for which masks, the few 4 sentences still for people to look for. This World Health Organization can do, has to have all the resources, people already following them online have on the news could easily help too. In Canada, CBC, CTV News put this information that is known to help put this on their news. They already have the millions of viewers tuning in news every day or night on the radio shows. This in Canada, then the States have their own TV shows. There's a million viewers, as I say, that they have the resources and have already the viewers. Is that it can easily had be done for this 4 years, even during COVID, 2 years, 20 years of 24 years that I know of these medically negligent staff. That's in Toronto alone. These 100 million people in Canada states affected this way still. To need more funding have to be given to ODS to in Ontario other disability support programs. Disabilities, human with disabilities, the brain damage, physical health cannot work. Obviously, is too weak. They cannot be in the cold. Then they put funding so they're not freezing frostbite and no food. And every day live like that is a long days and nights with no food. Can't freeze. No human should freeze to that. Especially wronged. Medical negligent staff, they have a human life, need extra care, someone to help them, maybe nursing staff, find volunteers. But you have the financial resources, you harmed people for years. Use your paycheck, you have to have it taken away anyway. So put it into funding right away to help those you harmed. Then you morally do right. And under God, Jesus, you have to, this has to be done on earth immediately. Reorder restored to all head governing bodies, the Pope, the jobs, world leaders, religious world leaders. Stop making your shows, care for human life. More, there's a lot of people that care. You are morally obligated and choose all humanity, millions of viewers, to hear something proper to help their lives, teach them proper morals, proper basic health, put more funding into the schools, children. These days online, COVID should keep it all, close all schools till the variant strains and all COVID gone, prevent spread all costs. Humans are, keep in mind, being negligent, stupid. These are even children affected. The teachers not taking care. These are then is more important to close the schools. There's online resources. A human can they have the books and be taught. Have online instructors, teachers. Till the spread, the COVID is gone. Is a long 4 years the lie is lost and people being stupid. The government not paying attention no more. This has to be stopped. There's 100 million people still lives wronged. I told the main ways that what I've seen suffered because they're not doing the jobs. 100 million people not educated suffered, lost, fake masks. $1 million companies made money illegally are going to hell. And they couldn't, but they were the main thing is they were had people employed and other people suffered under them and people's lives harmed. These are humans and are fined with imprisonment and are causes of illegal human torture. They disrespected the quality of life of humans, their dignity to be respected as humans, freedom of choice. They have humans to have proper humans, managers, store owners to be informed. They didn't close all the restaurants, especially dine-in areas. People taking mass, no screening. Vaccine, even proof of vaccination, keeping people at even separate tables, 2 meters away if needed. People taking masks off to eat, spread when they're breathing air. People coming from who knows where, different strains. There's a mask, not please inform this exact sentence. I put a post specifically for this Pinterest little pins. It's already done there. Now you have to click on spread to million people in the world. It has not been done by you. This is information there, but this is certain thing that I've noticed not people aware of. They have triple or four vaccinated, but they don't have they're not vaccinated against any other strains. There are different variant strains that they can still get ill from and cannot fight off with antibodies. So okay, yeah, this is simple information, but has to be told, posted as many times, not one time. Keep putting on Twitter, put on a main page. All those that have the resources, you have the financial resources. You cannot do your job if you're not going to take these seconds. This is a worldwide pandemic for too many years. This has to be stopped. This is to prevent the spread. These need to have humans that do their job and follow up every day with their employees. Make sure they're doing the job, hiring proper owners, restaurant owners, follow up. These main owners of main coffee shops, Tim Hortons, not doing their job. No, they make the wrong rules. They have employees working with masks seen, but these people entered with no mask for hours. How is that right? It's not. I had a hard time even finding the orders to find complaint. I told them to tell the patrons to put mask on, even a child at least, and all people. They didn't. They said they cannot do that. Is the Tim Hortons head office rules? This is beyond wrong. They didn't screen for vaccination proof. People entered, sitting there, 20 people talking for over an hour. They all could get virus. They endangered my life and 100 million disease spread to others. And then the virus will not stop spreading and won't be gone from the world. Children won't be able to play with other children, have to wear masks, stay away from each other. Humans' lives already, people suffered, isolated, quarantined, did their effort part. Then people being negligent and spreading this. They had companies to make their money. They could even have people take out to get their coffee, leave, even to make sure the dining, at least even the parts, have to be really closed. Put a store even closed. These ones, Tim Hortons stuff. Human can obviously buy their own coffee. These are people already in danger. Life is human life is more important and health than selling coffee and endangering lives, making their $1 million already did. It takes even for a while spread as long as needed to care to close dining areas. All restaurants are not doing this still after millions of lives lost. Tell them these main things will hear it and might remember have to. They don't want to suffer 2 weeks with a respiratory breathing problem, fevers, side effects, then it be die. Is a 2 long weeks, day, night, meals need his suffering fevers, turn the next day, the next night, 2 weeks, die. They might lose they'll be lost. They might not have they may be a parent to a child, have no parents, no way to pay money to live. They have a pet they might have, lose suffering as a soul, a pet like an owner, might not have an owner if they die. Other humans they are wrong are gonna be lives lost this way. Remind all owners, Pope. He doesn't want to suffer 2 weeks and die, but he endangered million people's lives. Speak these words, the truth. All President of the United States, Prime Minister, the Dalai Lama, the other world leaders, well known people listen to you, they look up to you, and you have to do a morally right, be example to all humanity, respect human dignity of God, a value within every human to be respected, health, to care for their health. And keep in mind, you don't want to be ill. Tell this, keep this in mind, write it down, think every day, put this on your Twitter pages, million people tuning in every day. You post different things online about shows. You're there doing people seeing even Pope, seeing people talking to Pope, putting online news shows, but you're not doing what your actual job is to do. You have the resources other humans don't have. I can't do it myself. I can only contact certain people, but you have the million already viewers, as I stated. Twitter, Blogger, Reddit, easily post, followed, Facebook. The people tune in some every day, every news mention every day. Call the news head departments, TV networks. They are morally obligated every their job to under God to do right, religious or not. Know their job. They have million viewers to consider. They don't want to be ill. They can easily put these on the news every day. You might get these actual symptoms. Tell to keep reminding employers, head ones. Has to be remind every day. Humans, it takes the head ones that have the resources and viewers, followers, millions to accomplish this every day. It hasn't been done. They do once in a while. Then it hasn't been done for 4 years. Humans need reminded, keep in mind, people are is not educated. A lot of them in medical concerns, almost none. Maybe a few people that learn medical stuff. Many millions of people don't know anything about viruses. It's not an easy subject. Need reminded, some being stupid to monitor this. People put more people walking around to check medical companies, to go to stores, see what's going on, see if the managers have proper employees with masks. putting sanitizers there out of the sun in proper places. These things need to be considered. This is signs, as I stated, these ones put and sell one proper mask, package with all proper, easily readable, these percentage rate, certification number, the expiry date, what is made out of, polypropylene, the other ones if it's proper material certified, and the website which can be checked, the certification number, CSA, NIOSH, World Health Organization, inform people. Simple little paper. These you had to do. 100 million retailers online don't have. No one, most people don't know what to look for this. I had to look, as I stated, many websites to put this together. And I'm an educated in these matters. Could have easily found already for years any one easy website, WHO, and found these. It was not easy to find even there. And a million people following them. They didn't do the job entirely and still are not. They have all the resources studied for years. The viewers, they have to morally do right. Keep doing it. They have to do, is not as I stated. Keep in mind, you don't want to be ill. These main things, all world leaders have many people under them. They're in charge of maintaining the health and respect of all humans. To prevent this spread, when it will be stopped spread, then everyone will return to normal life happy, and especially children can associate. And then sooner, even then, people will be happy and go to the coffee shop. But take the effort still to close all dining areas. Evil. Remember this, triple four vaccinated doesn't prevent a human getting a different strain, even with mask. You have to tell this important message to all world leaders. Keep reminding your viewers every day, put on Twitter. Every day. The Pope Francis. Stop doing the shows. Help people. That is your job under God. If you're not going to do what you didn't do for years, then turn in your paychecks for the past 4 years when you endangered million lives and people actually suffered, died, and go to prison. Give your money to help these people poor ill, the resources they need to live. They lost jobs, couldn't work. They got ill, they lost dogs, pet, need counselors maybe to help them. Suffer crying, have emotions, souls. You disrespected this. Is your job to care for all humanity? You didn't do. Hire humans that care immediately and that don't do your jobs anymore. American president, FDA, whoever's running that, you are immoral, unethical what you're doing. Bioethics boards, you have to find humans that care. Turn yourselves in to prison. Your paychecks have to be taken away. You didn't use doing your job description, and under God, you have to help humans maintain proper health, respect their dignity. You did not. Millions suffered. Canada states all over the world. Get rid of ECT. Whoever's still running it, get rid of it. It's illegal. There's 10 people working had jobs, $1 million a year, while the human brain electric your body doesn't need, and damaged brain memory can have job, life, children for life. I'm one of them victims. Some done over 10 times 20 a year. They don't have to human fear for life. Don't need it all. Children, old people is not monitored. No proper housing then. Disability money is nothing. They live on street freezing to death. No food. Clothes on their back basically. No donations and to help them. Put funding into ODSP, disability support programs. Stop funding police officers head of expensive cruisers. Put funding where it need to care for human health, for housing, for proper food and shelter, nutritious. Close down all the schools till the coronavirus is gone. Cafeterias, they're obviously not being monitored, mostly by all the teachers there. Preschools, children walking there. Outside high schools, talking for hours, no mask, no teachers stand there. People lives lost, not, and then it's more worth to close the school, save 100 million lives. Children, all worship places. God doesn't want you to worship Him, to respect. God only wants you to respect His values, life, and health and dignity of all. Keep everyone safe. Respect of Jesus, a morally right example. Focus on your health and the good morals. That's all you have to do. Pray in your own brain, soul, anywhere, record in the world. Doesn't have to be in holy ground on a church. Places of worship on Sunday, don't go. God is, keep in mind, resting on Sunday. You do your job to rest. In a human rest, sleep in, care for proper health, eat, do something to help someone else morally right. That's what a human should do. Be your angel, use your virtues. That's what God wants. He doesn't want to worship. Close all churches, places of worship. Stop putting biblical studies, strains human health brain. No new one needs to use this. Basic morals, nutrition put in place to be taught by everyone. Religious schools, Catholic schools, teach that. Priests keep in mind when make a simple sermon. Humans don't have to be in a cold worship place. Churches, other countries, keep in mind exact the words. Listen to this. Humans travel in cold temperatures, get ill on the way, maybe coronavirus, variant strains, other half world too hot, dehydrated. To worship God is immoral, not morally right under God. To if a priest doesn't tell humans to stop this, ministers, Dalai Lama, Islamic leaders, all Muslim leaders, all the archdioceses, the archbishops, cardinals, vicar generals, the Pope, Pope Francis, all the ones after him, the US president, all the other Presbyterian, different and other religions, the places of worship, churches, other congregation halls, auditoriums used for masses, holy masses. God doesn't want is that human morals have to be respect human life dignity. To humans to do what's right, to help the poor, use the virtues, don't expect anything in return. To help someone when they choose, when they have resources to do, care for your health, respect others' health, their lives respected, then inform them about health. Health of all, safety of all is more important. God doesn't want people praying rosaries that strain the health. Whoever mentioned this for 100 years is wrong. This has to be stopped. Humans' right to practice. I am a Catholic, devout Catholic, human with a belief system. Respect all God in heaven, Jesus' morally right ways. The Holy Spirit, use the gift every human has, is considered then a human earth angel. Highly recorded, valued rather in by the heavens in every human. To morally do right, to be a good moral example for all, to respect everyone else, help them in any way that they need, peace, be kind to them, use these virtues, help them. Then there's really there have mercy on them as a virtue, compassion, kindness to have, and do an act of kindness to relieve the suffering of a human so they're not alone, be a friend to them, open doors, help someone, to relieve their suffering if they're ill, if you know medical knowledge, find someone to help them relieve their suffering, mention to them intelligently, nicely, respect them as human so they're in peace, are treated with respect, and then when their suffering is eased, then they have joy brought to their lives and souls, and then they have the heaven on earth they live through and potentially all their lives. And you help them, you are considered a human earth angel then. And this is to be continued practice by the Pope, Pope Francis, all world leaders, U.S. President, the Prime Minister, all the governments in England, France, Italy. I'm speaking to you, Germany, Australia, all religious leaders. Keep in mind all humans, especially Holy Land with resources, Jerusalem, in France, in Lourdes, where the holy site to Holy Mary, in Portugal, Częstochowa, in Poland, Jasno Góra, all monks, presbyters, ministers. Human health and is more important. You have jobs making paychecks. You know this. Under God, have to do. Be human earth angels. Consider the health, well-being of others. Use your virtues. Record in your soul. Close down all churches. Wear the mask. and keep informed about most recent information about preventing the spread of COVID and variant strains. Different mutant strains, keep in mind, are changing forms. Viruses are very dangerous. Coronavirus, especially, changes forms and mutates. And then a human, if they have a vaccine, cannot have their antibodies. They cannot fight off a different strain. A lot of people, keep in mind, are not vaccinated, have freedom of choice, might have a medical concern, might not get vaccinated, have human freedom of choice to be respected, but they have to respect other humans. These are simple information, but hasn't been uh, mentioned by these staff in these main world places. These are not even wearing masks, you all in these places. The holiest sites in the world have to set a morally right example under God. Millions of viewers, you put one video, keep in mind, even on in YouTube, and millions of viewers seen, and especially Christmas, New Year's, how you didn't have a mask. Bishops, archbishops, cardinals, vicar generals, the ones stated these are holy masses you spoke at. You didn't morally do right under God. You didn't wear a mask, promote human safety to wear masks. You could have, instead of a holy mask, you could have mentioned wear the mask, the current state of affairs, to respect human life, dignity, morally, to do right. Is a holy season. It was Advent, Christmas, towards to listen to what I state, to use virtues, to morally to care for health, respect others in a certain ways, to all these things I mentioned about to educate about coronavirus is up to date. There's information about changing every day. Might need different masks. There might be different strains to inform people, care for health, to maintain information mentioned about remind humans. Humans need reminders. They have lives, busy lives. To mention about social distancing, to stay 2 meters away, wear the masks, close, don't go to worship places, say these exact words. God wants humans to be healthy. Jesus, Holy Spirit, you have to do the right thing. They don't want humans to go to worship places during COVID. Is not morally right in any way. It's unethical. A human might get ill. These exact words stay to you have the resources. People watching videos, make a video, put a mass stating a print saying instead of holy mass or during this mass video, I'm telling all parishioners in the world, put in the holy sites and lords, whoever runs a mass mentions there. State, I'm sorry, we didn't set a right example. We were supposed to wear the mask. 100 million viewers saw this. We are correcting this. We are sorry. We have to set a morally right example. There were people seated there. Don't follow this. They had no masks. We should have kept them out. I could have made one speech. I'm sorry. Please remember, wear the mask. The virus is still going on. Exact information said if you're 3, 4 booster shot vaccine, you might still get a different strain. Stay 2 meters away from people. All priests, all archdioceses to contact, to close all places of worship. View a mass online if human choose. Do morally right what they choose. A human doesn't have to worship in a holy church, in a mosque, in synagogues, in temples, monasteries. It's in the record human soul to pray, maybe send online prayers to holy sites if needed, prayer groups. Do not socialize, do not go to holy groups praying, is most of them not answered anyway, is after holy rosaries. The humans do what they can, especially tell these all exact, carefully selectivized words you haven't been doing. Is over 4 long years, 12 months in a year, million day and night. You didn't do your job to state and do your job to inform yourself, million people about this. Millions of people see this, might have got them, this is, and might have not went to churches, didn't wear the mask. They see priests not wearing masks, people giving hosts, illegally harming potentially 100 people in church. Go off alone basilica, 100 people go there. Was Advent Christmas, went there. There's gave the host, people there potentially got on the way. Virus spread more. Not all vaccinated, even people masks. People, some being stupid. And the priests are under God have to did morally wrong, apologize, tell their parishioners to stay out of them. The churches they know for years, close all places of worship. They cannot make their paycheck hire another priest that cares if they're not gonna take the time to do what's in their job description under God, to care for the lives and health of 100 people. Kids could be ill, get ill, dogs, people after spread. Then it won't go away from earth. No one will have heaven on earth. Everyone might be ill, and this will never leave the earth. Coronavirus, and no one wants that. Humans have one life to live and have to be treated with respect. All healthcare workers, religious world leaders, other world leaders all know this. Religions are not under God. Their jobs are to deal with other humans. Humans valued lives, affect the lives of others, have souls, emotions. You don't want to be wronged. You don't want harmed. You don't want coronavirus. You don't want virus of different strains affecting you. There's other viruses in the world, bacteria. You have to do your part. Stop the major retailers. You have to stop all the Vatican. These are other videos on the Vatican made. Whoever's making these eBay, selling other ones, these books on Amazon, ebooks. All of those exorcist movies are fake, millions of dollars, viewers misinformed. Deliverance ministers most fake acting. There's no such thing as a demonic possession, no demonic obsession. There's no such thing as generational, transgenerational curses. There's no such thing as ancestral sins. Everyone is human is separate from any demon. Demons are angels or archangels punished. They don't come near humans. They can't. A human definitely doesn't choose, cannot be affected by one. Um, these are all information I learned. I know from experience. This is truth I speak. These are God's truth. These are God sent. These are God messages. Jesus, morally right messages. Holy Spirit to all. These need to spread in the world. I'm only one human. I'm a human earth angel that cares, lost, suffered over years. I speak truth. I need every human. I did the work. Videos there to be taken care of. Spread to all world leaders. They can click and even put there and keep putting there. And to fix this, get off especially YouTube million videos. Get rid of all the morally wrong that have been there, even made some for years. The song's too long. It all couldn't be there. The industries, these are morally setting wrong. I was wronged, and I don't want to say, because they set a morally wrong example. There's a humans, others, that's why I think affected to everyone to be morally right. These song actors already made millions of dollars over certain songs that harmed people for 20 years more. These already should be stopped years ago. The Pope didn't do his job to monitor this. World leaders morally obligated. They have the resources. Get rid of them. They made already millions of dollars. Put them in prison. They morally did wrong examples. People lives lost, put in prison. They did morally wrong because of their wrong example. And you know this, and the $1 million they made, they cannot do. There's page under God. They have to do. They're most well known in the world. Singers, song actors. You can clearly see YouTube. The women are not doing a proper example. The morally right ones. Most have almost no clothing, seducing men. This is morally wrong and not even of clothing, promoting lesbianism and other women near them. This is obviously a morally wrong. They made $1 million. They're not using proper language, not proper dance moves, not properly classic clothes. They already started as using God talents as Christians studied most of them. for God purpose gospel singing, and 20 years, 2 decades, still make the same song, sold 100 millions, and morally said wrong examples. Retailers, you have to look in. President, Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Pope, you didn't do your job. These are 20 years, very long, million, day and night. These people made $1 million, 100 million people under you. Humans suffered, the soul. You didn't do your jobs under God, you're morally obligated to do, to help others not suffer, to see these. Children wrongly clothed in stores, to look into this. Retailers selling tank tops, girls where they see the belly, and children. Shorts have their butts hanging out. And it is unfortunate to see these are little children. I don't want to see this. These are all retailers selling these for years, and they look up to these on the videos promoted. I did only what I could post, but I didn't reply even YouTube. But you have the resources, your job, Pope, to stop going shows on Twitter. And Pope Francis, go see the YouTube. They're promoting wrong things about the Vatican and you yourself and previous popes in years. Morally wrong, endangering human lives. There's other wrong supernatural entities, some at times on earth. I know I speak from the truth. I wrongly affected separately or not, I don't want to say, but I know the truth. I speak God's messages. Jesus, Holy Spirit, Holy Mary, you have to do your job. You have resources. Hire someone younger. You have all the in Rome. I contacted you and I put a letter to you for 24 years. You never replied, did your job, and I'm the only one that needed real spiritual from heaven sent assistance from you. Had resources to Holy Land and in Lourdes and in Trans Jehovah to help prayer groups or anything to help me. You did absolutely nothing. I already contacted you a million times, videos. I spoke truth God for you to put in the posts, videos. You did absolutely nothing. The previous popes for years. I had archdiocese. I'm a Catholic devout. I was registered in churches. You did, and they did nothing to help me. You have to change. They shall have papers making paychecks, but they never under God helped me for over 2 decades. And hung up the phone. They could easily find a demonologist, advice, exorcist, did nothing. You didn't either. Is under God morally your jobs you represent on earth. You have the resources to help me. You did absolutely nothing, cannot make your paychecks. Any paycheck you made, you know, you have to, cannot do. You led my life harmed, disrespected on earth. Without your assistance, you had all resources to help me. And you don't look into any archdiocese and any popes before you, Benedict, any ones in the past 20 years. You all didn't help me. You didn't help other people in the situation. You have this all million people you have there already that are this Gabriel Amors. I informed you, did nothing to reply to me. The Gabriel Amor, whoever's making the money, he's been dead for many, many years. And all the books about him were have misinformation about demonic possession. The Vatican under God, who works there, and the popes over the years did nothing to get rid of the stop these sales. This is your job to do. Millions of people misinformed. There's beyond wrong, scary movies about this. This is not based on any truth under God. There's no demonic possession. You don't state this in the world. Demonic possession is a possession stated about a demon possessing someone or something. This is not based on any truth. Demons, you know, are angels or archangels that did something immorally under God, know not to do wrong, and are punished. Demon is a term for them, and they are in the pit of hell, is true, and suffer eternal torment. Torment is a term, so please listen, is the punishment for these demons. This is what demons are. They're separate entities, supernatural, punished angels or archangels. They cannot come to earth. These ones, they do not possess a human or an object. They function separately beyond nature, as you know from studies, Beyond the nature, they are separate supernatural, that means beyond nature entities. Humans are alive matter, have a brain, soul, mind, physicality, organs, belong to God. These function all the time separately from any demon. Punished angel or archangel. Inanimate objects function separately are made from particles or function separately from a supernatural entity, such as a demon. Lucifer, you have to get this word exactly right, guards the underworld. The devil, Satan, or Lucifer. He is a fallen archangel, is subject to God punishment, and has to do right under God. Guards the underworld, barrier from hell to earth. Satan does not possess any human. Satan does not tempt any human. Satan himself, Lucifer or the devil, is a fallen archangel. It is punished, morally does right all times under God, guards the gates of hell. You have to remember this. These are God's spoken truth words. The Pope Francis, all in the world ministers, religious leaders. Remember this, find online there's many priests using these wrong words in masses, misinformed for years. Anything on side of wrong, human have to morally know to do right and think wrong, are morally judged under God, Jesus, know not to do wrong, I record in soul right away. There's no Satan coming possessing a human. Is obviously a supernatural entity like the archangels, but one that's punished and guards the underworld. It doesn't come near any human ever. It definitely doesn't possess a human being made of live matter, a human brain, mind, life force, soul. The whole physicality body of a human is never possessed by Satan. This Satan is a separate entity, does not come near any human alive ever, therefore doesn't ever possess a human, can't because it's beyond nature, functions separately from a human being. Every human has God in them, cells, brain, physicality, mind. Life force belongs to God. Satan cannot possess what belongs to God. He doesn't possess anything. Demons don't possess any human or anything. This has been misinformation about what this subject matter online, and this Ripperger, main one, father, and Lampert, mostly getting in misinforming people and million videos. I tried to put the letters, but they never replied to me. Never took down the videos. I speak truth put there. You have to online go to YouTube, Pope Francis, send whoever you have working there. Look online immediately. Get rid of million videos, music videos you didn't do. I put complaints there. They don't look into this. They say they follow up. These are the music artists, the main ones, some rap ones. These ones have put morally wrong under God that have to be taken down. I put a morally right example for these. They don't even reply to me. There's a million viewers under there already for 20 years and supporting these people, and people harm lives because of it. Wrong moral examples that you didn't look in, could easily have resources to do to put them off YouTube, file the complaints, do your work. You have the priests under million archdiocese, they don't look into either. You have the financial resources. You're not protecting all humans to have morally right singers, and then online you're not checking the retailers. I'm telling you what I've seen over 24 years and over more years. I was wronged on the earth with not your assistance or any priest and any provide assistance from God's side, from your side on earth for years. You have to change the rules. Angelika have if someone knows Pope Francis' personal phone numbers, Archdiocese in Rome, the Vatican, any world leaders, I would love to speak to you. I know I've lived through and I speak the truth. Please watch this video. Share 200 million people immediately. You have to act now. I speak the truth. Please protect this video. Please, this is God's spoken truth. Has to be done, every human. I started this human earth angel movement of all humans to use virtues to be morally right, help other humans in the way they can. Highly valued by heaven, these are gifts they have, all humans can do, and help the health, promote, and safety of all. Happiness will result, suffering eased, and return order and peace, happiness, and health to all in heaven on earth, to all humans and all living creatures in the world at all times. Angelika, Jakiela, thank you for listening to this video. Please take the effort, I can only say this once. View this and help this spread 200 million people. Every carefully selected by the word from the heart from years of experience. Other videos, the work been done by me, I even tortured alive. I didn't deserve. And I choose a human to this truth spoken by from God's side. Jesus out of respect and Holy Spirit, dignity of all and living creatures. For this, everything I state in this video by all world leaders, religious leaders, Pope, US President, Canadian Prime Minister, all the other ones, you have the resources, morally obligated under God, medical staff, psychiatrists, do your job, colleges governing them, take away licensed illegal staff, look into all hospital boards have illegal doctors, most working there. This is unfortunate in Canada. Disability people think land of opportunity, Canada, states, millions suffering, not enough medical care, have all the funding buildings, but the doctors not do the job. People life suffering, turn away to save the pennies. They pay for a building and other stuff, but they could give the actual what human needs, the IVs, make sure funding for IVs. So humans don't have long waiting times, freezing in cold buildings, medical. The glucose in itself, remember humans need glucose to function, warm temperatures. Give the IVs, stop these people going markets to go to naturopath, pay the $100 just for meeting, and then to get a $20 IV bag could easily be given, have to, morally under God given. Paid to have the resources in every hospital in Canada, Ontario, in the States, all other countries. Put resources to healthcare, proper shelter, disabled, keep in mind, brain damage, physical health. Humans can't work many seconds they're alive. They don't have food, cannot work, no shelter. Put funding, easily do. Take away your own paychecks that you wronged, couldn't make over years. Keep in mind you can't keep them. They were to help human health and dignity, respect. You didn't do. Put in the right to do the right thing. Put in the financial resources you were supposed to. Put funding for medical negligence lawyers, especially disabled people that you wronged. Hire the wrong staff. Colleges, fire them all. Restore order to proper caring, respect of human life, health for all. 100 million doctors, psychiatrists, Toronto, states. You can do this immediately. Had to be done for 20 years. Many health lives suffered. You are accomplices to human torture, bodily harm. Human doesn't deserve to be brain harm, memory damage, physical health lost. Other people's lives suffered, couldn't have children, freezing to death, no food while you made $1 million, went on vacation. World leaders, everyone, religious leaders, you don't do your job. Find someone who is paycheck under God. You are judged right away on earth. God and Jesus. No one gets away with this. Do the morally right thing. You have to restore order in the world, prevent spread of COVID and variant strains at all times. You have to watch this video entirely. You are morally obligated under God to do. I am speaking words of God to you. These are words from God Himself. Jesus Christ, Holy Spirit. These are words of truth from the heart soul of a human earth angel to all in high offices and all jobs, religious or not. Do your part. Do your job description, you know what it is. Help everyone during pandemic times. And restore order to all and fire those not on God's side. illegally harm millions for years, not provide funding for those who actually need it, that were actually harmed, didn't have to be, and respect humans to have proper shelter, food, water, have the world cold to be warm, and have the world too hot to have proper shelter and food and water there, and proper resources, orphans, result people elderly, proper homes. They obviously cannot work. Keep in mind, millions second in. I need food, water, resources from the governments. Prime Minister, Pope can look into this. World leaders have the resources, money. You have to fix this in the world. You don't want to be poor living. Keep in mind, every second is cold, freeze, frostbite, and have no way to heal the nerves, damage veins, and no food, calories, and freezing. And as this goes second, turn even a minute, human freezing to death. And I have no money, disabled because of you. Didn't do your job, doctors, get rid of them. And a million people right away now won't be affected by these doctors still working there. CAMH, Center for Addiction Mental Health Toronto, States, Mount Sinai in Canada, ECT clinics, get rid of them. No more people, keep in mind, can remember their own friends, family, what they learned for life, brain damage. Um, you have to get rid of clozapine, olanzapine, risperidone, polyperidone, all dangerous antipsychotics, never a cure. Fire those who work at FDA, illegal causes of human torture, all pharmaceutical companies that did wrong promoting these antipsychotics is over 100 years. Get rid of them. ECT, whoever promotes this, fire them. These are humans to be imprisoned right away for years. Take away all their paychecks under law, you know. All world leaders, governing medical councils, take away immediately, save the lives of 100 million people already still so wronged by these people. You didn't look into monitored, you do the right thing, turn in your paychecks. Do the right thing, help others. Help those you wronged, restore care and health for all. Respect human dignity, find a pope who does the right job, FDA members, other one, this World Health Organization, a million people, keep in mind, are viewed following you every day. You have to keep up with this exact wording, what I stated, post, do what I found, I did the work, put the videos online, use mine. You put a little post, Pinterest, put my name, Angelika, Jakiela, Earth Angel. I am a public figure, humanitarian. I speak God's truth. And this you have to fix in the world right away. Put 200 million viewers, and then every human will be respected, have a safe place to live, be treated with respect as they right to be healthy, happy all times, and have heaven and earth while they have one life to live. Please see my website, Earth Angel Help. Rather, I have the videos put there. My Facebook group, Earth Angel Transcendental Kindness. The page, Angelika Jakiela Earth Angel on the Facebook page. And other detailed articles I type, keep in mind. A human victim of serious torture I didn't deserve is all based on human experience, truth on God's side, Jesus respecting Holy Spirit. These as a caring human, please take care of these videos, help me. Help an earth angel, and you be earth angels, and do the right thing. Bring heaven on earth, restore all order, peace to all, and happiness. Thank you.